based. So, it would work in the same way. I could do their, eyebrows or lips, or it's permanent makeup, right? So, my thing is, I did have the referral program going on in my area, where I was like, okay, you get 10% or on your next service, or your touch-up is free, But I said, why don't I try doing it, like you said, like in kind of a way, hiring new people. But yes, I do have to focus on, like, they have to be in the same industry. Or, yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, would I say, like, do they send me resumes? See, this is new to me. I'm a sole, like, I'm just by myself, right? I work from home right now because in Canada we can work from home. Yeah. So I don't know.
I would go on Instagram. I would go on your Instagram and I would, go live and start engaging with some of your followers. I see you have 2,000 followers. Start engaging with people that are following you and part of your culture. And be like, hey girls, like I'm looking for some, motivated, ladies to come and join me and, be a support system, and just like kind of, just be you, talk to your people, and you'll be surprised. You'll probably get, a few DMs and be like, yeah, I would love to learn about this, or I'd love to get involved, or, and then and take it from there. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was a good idea. Like, I didn't know. I was just like, okay, just light bulb. Okay, is this good? The ins and outs, I don't know. Just
so I am just responding to a friend request here.
Instead of referrals, like, of people.
I'm also on Clubhouse.
10% off their next service, kind of thing.
For a few moments.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
And I'm connecting with a love interest.
Great,
Jackie,
Marvin.
sorry about that. I got the red bar and then it ejected me.
So that part.
Reset the app. Hopefully it's a bit clearer. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you, Marvin.
Yeah, no problem. I heard Caesar's input, and I think you had some great sort of feedback there. And it's to be honest with you.
Meantime, I got you on my live, guys. And what else am I doing? I am organizing papers.
People who use services currently will
I am pivoting as we speak. And this morning I was entirely breathtaken by a lot of the work I've been doing over the years. It's been, for the most part, it's been consistent in terms of, progress. But I'm familiar more so with pivoting than so many people that know me. And what pivoting means to me is being resourceful.
The panel has served you, Leah.
Let me see here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much.
Wonderful, and the very best of luck going forward with your plans. I'm just going to move you down to the audience.
Okay.
And next, Merit, did you have something you wanted to ask or contribute? Merit? Oh, Merit.
Sorry, I didn't know I was, sorry. I should move myself right back to the audience. I love coming to your room, to this room, and listening and receiving lots of values. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mary. Good to see you again. And next we have Arnold. Are you there, Arnold? Hello, Arnold.
Maybe Arnold said, I'll be back.
That was perfect.
Oh, I love it.
That's Relentless with the awesome Schwarzenegger impersonation.
Absolutely. Arnold, are you there? Can you hear us? We cannot hear you, Arnold.
This is awesome gathering
I actually
here
had Arnold
of
say that to
40
me one
people.
time in Chicago.
Did really?
Awesome gathering of
I did. At the time, Maria Shriver had come in where I was working to have something done, and he came to pick her up. He was outside.
Hey,
said,
on that note, did you see the oh my God, the viral video where I guess you could call it a fan or a fanatic. He did a running kick at today's Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, like Arnold wasn't even he didn't even see it coming, and then his bodyguards kind of jumped in right immediately. But I guess if you go to YouTube and you Google that, it's so crazy. The world is so random. You have no idea where it's coming from, when it's coming. He's okay, but it was just like it was just a mind. It was mind blowing for me, just on that Arnold Schwarzenegger note there.
Wow. There's always a chancer out there. Always. So.
I'm gonna say idiot.
Yeah.
Did you say chancer? I love that. I've never heard that. Is that an English term?
No, it's an Irish term.
Irish term? So
yeah.
And that means like someone who's random, who what can you define that? That sounds like the title for my next novel. I swear to you.
Oh, okay. You can use it, but you'll just have to mention me in your book and give me the kudos for giving it to you. So, chancer, it just means somebody who just takes an opportunity and is a gobshite, really.
Okay, a gobshite. I'm gonna look that one up. You got me there.
Gobshite. Yeah, gobshite. An idiot, a twat, a pillock. I could go on, but I think you get what I'm saying.
You know, it's so crazy. As a novelist, you think you know it all until you run into you. How about that?
Oh, I love it. I love that I can inspire one person, just one, especially a novelist. So everybody, we're going to see if there is anyone else that has a question. There doesn't appear to be at the moment. People in the audience, you are missing out on this amazing panel and the advice that they can give you. It's all free. There's no pitching from this panel whatsoever. They are just here to offer their knowledge and wisdom to help you in your entrepreneurial journey. So please put up your hand. That's okay. I can just target my panel. Relentless, I'm going to ask you this. Are you there? Flash your mic. Yay. Okay. If there was one thing that frightened you today that you could change, what would it be in your business, particularly business related?
So I have a cook who doubles as a cleaner here at the Relentless house. I have a bed and breakfast, and we serve people. That's what we do. We serve people, whether they're guests that come in through Expedia or hotels.com, or if they're local and they're in transition sometimes, going from one house to another, waiting for their their closing date, or just transitioning. And so we also cook from here. We also have a churro business from here, and also do my media from here. So a lot of times when you have so many revenue streams going, you must stay on top of the revenue streams, each revenue stream. It's great to diversify, but it's more important to understand the end user. So today I woke up late because I was out filming a prom yesterday, and my cook came in. She's been away for 2 weeks. She just came in for the first time yesterday in 2 weeks. And so we were very busy last night. We cook until the wee hours of the morning, and I got a notification this morning, or should I say early this afternoon, that apparently went a little bit viral on Facebook, because one of the trays that went out, which was supposed to be crab pasta Alfredo with a garlic roll, it went out as just crab over rice with no garlic roll and really no Alfredo sauce, none. Not to mention, our crab does not go out on rice, it goes out on Alfredo sauce unless the customer requested that. So, somebody posted it, and it was a hospital worker. and I was so thrown by the photo because we don't serve that way. We just don't. We don't. I mean, it was nothing like what we advertise. So I say that to say, I'm answering some of the comments and I see some of the foolery and, like you say, the gobshish out there,
Gobshites.
gobshites
Gobshites.
out there. And I'm saying to myself, earlier, before even seeing the post, I had posted some stuff on Facebook that I did in the community 7 years ago. I was a staple in Starbucks from 2008 until 2017. I was literally living in Starbucks. I was a mayor in there, if you will. I would get the chair for you if you were a elderly person. I would help pull a table over. I would even go out and jump your car if your battery went dead, and I'd buy coffee for people. Starbucks even asked me, hey, would you produce some live shows here in Starbucks? And so that's what I posted on Facebook. I posted, some of the shows that I produced in Starbucks to be fundraisers for people like a family that had been burnt out of their home, to a child that needed an organ transplant, to an initiative for battered women called the Phoenix House. I had been doing this for years in Starbucks, doing monthly comedy shows and then eventually weekly jazz shows. I'm not going to ramble, but I'm saying to you that I've been doing community service, even homeless at one point, in between publishing and so on and so forth, the shit you go through in life, that I'm so accustomed to the pivot and so willing to own my shit no matter what it is, that I went in and I told the customer that posted the photo, I'm like, this is not what we serve. I'm entirely willing to not only make up for this but refund you, and and what have you. So the lesson that I take out of this is that be present. That's number one. Be present. Be engaged. Don't think that that this world is so virtual just because we are on these social media platforms. Recognize that there are human beings on the other side. The lady who posted that is a hospital worker in a children's children's hospital. Like they're on the front line for the last year. So I want to serve them the best meal. They get it through these apps. The apps are really virtual. The Uber, the DoorDash, the Postmates. I want to get them the best meal because of what they do. And so I was really taken back by the comment that I saw, and so I say to you guys to be present in not just your customers' lives, but also in the people that connect with you, but also continue own your shit. Own your shit, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. Own your shit and do better. And be ready to pivot if that's the case. Those are the three things that so to your question, like your question, I think it's spot on. To get that kind of a comment was just it shook me up because everything is perfect in my world. I got that perfect ecosystem as a novelist who's earned his keep and made worldwide recognition, to be so grassroots and dealing with people when I really don't have to is like it's a risk in and of itself. And so the Chancellor has spoken.
You're no chancer. You are relentless. And thank you for sharing that. I see that we have Ali that has come up to the stage. Ali, do you have a question for the panel? Ali, are you there?
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm driving right now. Can I chime in a few minutes?
Yes, because it's not a good signal anyway. Thank you, Ali. Okay, so my question goes to, I have to pick on someone I didn't ask earlier. Caesar. The spotlight is on you, Caesar.
Sure. Give it to me.
You mean you weren't listening to me?
In full transparency, I missed you there. What was the question? I was actually multitasking.
See that? Caesar owns his shit. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, when you run a company, that's a good lesson right there, guys. You take responsibility from the beginning. Don't try to skirt around it because they will see right through it. And I know with Jackie, she would see right through any bullshit that I give her.
Don't you forget it, Caesar. My question was, is there something that is creating fear in you in your business right now that you would like to change?
It's a great question.
Of course it is.
Fear in the business that I would like to change. The biggest fear I have is not delivering. What I mean by not delivering is coming through on my promises that myself and my employees, we make to our clients.
That's just what I said.
We align ourselves with the targets and goals of our clients, and we want to be an extension of their business. As a marketing agency, that's how we position ourselves. We're an extension of you. We want to be in line with your brand and your voice of your brand and be able to resonate that message to your audience. So, there's times when something might not go exactly as planned, and of course we have to correct it immediately and fix things. And but it's because there was a small lapse in communication, and it's very minor things, but minor things can be costly, so you have to be super careful about it. And luckily, we've never had anything major, but there are moments that we catch just in the nick of time. But if the biggest fear would be you're not catching it, costing one of my clients, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then of course costing myself that kind of money because of me being honorable and respectful towards my client, to keep them as a client, I would have to make right on that. So, I think that's probably the biggest fear, just having not having a good open line of communication with my customer base, because if I don't have it, then I don't have a business, number one, and my clients won't have success.
Great
I'm
answer,
Caesar, and
Caesar.
I'm done speaking.
Thank you, Caesar. That was a great answer. I appreciate it. And next, I'm going to Jordan. Jordan, are you there?
I'm here, Jackie. I am here.
Excellent. Same question to you.
My apologies. I'm in a similar boat. I just popped into the room, and I was just wrapping some things up, getting home. Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Is there some fear you have in your business right now that you'd like to deal with either now, or what's the situation?
Yeah, sure. I've been going through a season, actually it's kind of personal and in my business as well, but I'd say that going through kind of the personal question of, am I taking the right actions now, right? Like, I know that I can build an organization. I know that I can go out and make money. It's kind of the question of purpose. Like, what do I want to dedicate my energy towards? Just because I spent so much of my life, half of it actually building a multi-million-dollar real estate investment portfolio, and then found out that that's not what I wanted to do. It wasn't what actually inspired me. And so there's always this lurking question right now, like, am I taking the right actions for the future that's going to be fulfilling, right? And so it's finding fulfillment within all of the actions that I'm taking right now. That's really kind of this ongoing, like, I just wish I could just wipe it away, right? So kind of a personal and business question at the same time, you know. So
But it does. You know, when somebody puts a
Shakira, could you
question
put some
to
hot
you,
water on for me?
it just gives you sometimes
The
when you
tea
have to
kettle.
verbalize it,
If
some
there's no
sort
water
of
in it, the water's
clarity
there.
as
I see
well
it's under the chair.
that can help you address it.
Thank you.
So um,
I'm gonna
it's
make coffee.
it's up to you.
Seeing you
It's
gave
up
me
to
the
us
excuse to
all.
make
We have to
coffee.
be action takers.
I said, seeing
And
you gave me
this
the
is
excuse to
just,
make
you know,
coffee.
so the people in the audience can see no matter what
She was
stage
here
you're
yesterday.
at or how successful you are in your business, there is always
Oh,
going
wow,
to
you
be
could tell?
different things that crop up that have to be addressed.
Oh,
Just
yeah, she was
because we
here.
might be up on the stage doesn't mean that we have all the answers for ourselves even sometimes, or that we're currently working things out. So life is a learning process. You know, I believe in learning something new every single day, and I feel a day I don't learn something new is a wasted day. So always be learning, people, always be listening. And in the audience, I would love if you would always be putting your hand up and asking those vital questions, because that is how you're going to learn.
Yeah, I love it, and I think that there's a lot of power in vulnerability. I've been reading a whole lot of, you know, Brene Brown, and so that's kind of one of the reasons why, you know, I like to share just from my heart in terms of, you know, not everything's always perfect, right? So I really appreciate you guys listening.
No, we appreciate your share, Jordan, because we're all human after all. You know, there's always a personal element in something that's going on in whatever way we are affected. So it's good for the audience to know that we are all human and that we all have different things going on that we have to deal with. So on that note, Danielle, welcome to the stage. Are you there, Danielle?
Yes, I am. Thank you for calling on me. I appreciate it. I'm a small business owner, and I'm having a huge frustrations with social media, marketing, so on and so forth. I had spent thousands and thousands of dollars with different promises, different company, and I don't see results, and I'm so tired of it. So what am I doing wrong? What do I need to interview these people? What is the right question
what
to
is the
ask?
nature of your business?
I am in the wellness business. We do wellness and health, where anywhere from hair regrowth to weight loss and reversing diabetes through nutrition and life coaching.
So you're brick and mortar?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So a brick and mortar, like you have like a Main Street address type of thing. Doesn't have to be Main Street.
Yes. Oh yeah, I'm in a medical building,
Okay.
really busy street. I've been in town for a long time. I do really well with referrals,
And what
but I had spent,
part of the country?
but I'm in Temecula, California,
Okay.
in a suburb.
Where was that in California?
Temecula,
Temecula. Where is that in relation to like San Diego or?
it's north of San Diego in the Inland Empire in Riverside County.
Okay. So, two things. Whether you're running for, and if I may, Madam Jackie.
Yes, please.
Okay. I feel like I'm getting marching orders from her. I just want to make sure. Can you picture her saying, "Okay, Bond, handle that"? So,
It's funny you say that. My birthday is the 30th of July, so I do have 007.
there it is there. See, I knew I was onto something. Okay, so there's something going on in the background. I think that okay, cool. So Danielle, if you were even
Yes.
if you were even running for mayor, I would say that it's important to find the connectors in your community, right? Um,
Yes.
you're working in a market. I work with a chiropractor, and I work with a hair replacement specialist, and those are pretty much along the lines of what you're talking about when you talk about wellness, especially the
Yes.
chiropractor. And so
Yes.
let me tell you how I built the chiropractor's business to the point that he said to me, "Relentless, you know the work you do for me, I could buy a car each month." So the first thing I did was I brought my creativity to the table, and so I helped him produce, or I produced TV commercials for him in his local market. So, like in your local market, I don't know if you have cable vision out there, but out here, one of the providers is cable vision. And so what we did was we appealed to the local audience by creating concepts that were believable. They were believable. They were polished to an extent that they weren't like overbearing like a national campaign. Not that there's anything wrong with national campaigns, but they can be a little bit, they can make you feel a little bit disenfranchised as someone who lives in the community. So I mean, we did everything with him putting on a tutu and like a ballerina. We engaged his kids and got his kids involved. I had one of his kids. I think the kid was 10 at the time. He acted as a reporter, and we created a character called the Roller Derby Girl, where we had her crash. She was on her roller skates and she crashed into a mailbox, and then we had her again making another appearance, rollerblading up a building. We did so many creative concepts. We also had like a girl band, which was his staff. They performed like a girl band on the back of his pickup truck, with a bouncer and just the whole rock and roll flavor. I mean, we've done so much in terms of being just creative and personable and down to earth, on levels that have obviously he moved his business from a smaller place to a bigger place. I mean, he's doing phenomenal in his life, and he constantly calls me back. 10 years later, I'm doing TV commercials for this guy. So I'm saying all of that to say, like, that's that's one thing that I would consider, like hitting your local TV, because those ads are very inexpensive. Like a $2,000 budget he does each month, and he makes 20,000 in revenue. Honestly, crazy. But it's a crescendo. It's a consistent. It's coming back month after month, and not necessarily the same commercial, but oh my God, I had him where I had a Santa Claus tumbling down the chimney into his living room while the chiropractor is sitting there reading a book. I've done so many creative things. I'm just saying, like, it takes creativity. It takes being present, like, with the community, knowing that you're not doing anything like superficial and phony and fabricated. And if you are, everybody knows it, and it's okay. Like, I totally, now that I'm talking to you, I conceived his next commercial. I'm literally gonna have Sweet Polly purebred tied up on railroad tracks with a train coming. I don't know how I'm gonna make sense of it, but that just hit my mind to do his next commercial. And I'm saying, like, things like that, and doing it in that old fashioned, ragtime type of feel with the color and everything. I can't wait to call him when I'm finished with this rant. But I'm just saying, like, there you have commercial creators in your community that are either college students looking for opportunity, or you can go on Craigslist. Definitely not a Fiverr type of thing. So these are some of the things that you can do to help get closer to the community. And then, you know what, those products that you create, those video products, those TV commercials, you multitask them, because now you can post them on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram, and and you can get somebody to do that. You don't have to pay too much to do that. You tag it up, you connect it to your local community with hashtags of your city, hashtags of your agenda, of your initiative, the profession that you do, hashtag that. So those are the few quick things that can help you move further faster, not just in social media, but in your community, because we think community first and then everything else is after. Like your business is about community. It's like your local tri-state area, but more, really your local county, your local city. And so that's my 2 cents. I mean, I could go on forever and ask you where your podcast is, where is your weekly YouTube, where is your Facebook Live, your Instagram Live, your TikTok. I can ask you all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, it really does come down to I think connecting with the community, and we are visual people. We like to see the next big thing, and if it connects with the things that we need, that's when we're all in. That's when we're gonna pay in. So I'm Relentless Aaron. I'm gonna park my BMW because I'm acting as James Bond today. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Relentless. Danielle, I would just add that you mentioned you had outsourced marketing and that you got nothing out of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
What kind of a brief or insight did you give to these people, number one? And number two, did they have previous experience in your area?
I had tried big company. I had tried a local person to build a website for me, and 4 different company and 2 little guys from the area. And I don't know if they're not getting the essence of it. Everybody promised all kind of stuff. I even hired somebody just in the medical to run ads for me, and he specialized in ads in the medical arena. And what they send me is just old stuff they rehash. Just like I say, I spent thousands and thousands of dollars, and maybe I'm not picking the right people. And how do I pick the right marketing people, the right marketing? Everybody advertise, I do marketing, I do this, I do that, and they promise the moon.
But also, it sounds to me that if everyone is getting it wrong, is there a bit of a disconnect between how you are briefing them and what you are telling them exactly, and do they get approval of what they are going to put out there from you before it is done?
I invite them over and I treat them as a client, so they get to see the vibe. They get to see how we do things. I introduce them to the staff. I ask them to spend a day or 2 here. We send them all the verbiage they ask for. Like I say, I'm probably not picking up the right people. Maybe I'm not asking the right questions. I don't know. Because I know nothing about marketing. And I just, whatever they ask me, I supply them.
Yes, but you know what you are good at doing. So,
yeah.
Do you have some sort of a checklist that you give that says, in bullet points, now not huge paragraphs or anything, that says something, lays out what your expertise is and how you can take away the pain of whatever your ideal client has?
No, but that's a great idea. I can narrow it down to, like you say, bullet point, instead giving them verbiage of explanation of every treatment we provide, right?
Yeah, because when you're doing advertising, it is done. People are very fickle, and
I'm
when
gonna knock it dead on this. I gave them 2 cents, but I'm about to knock it dead.
They want something to catch their attention. They want something that resonates with them. So it's important that you or whoever is doing your marketing, and I would advise going forward that perhaps until you are happy with the message that they are putting out and how you are represented, that you define exactly what are the pains of your clients that you want put out there, and just a couple of bullet points or whatever that shows that you can help with those pain points.
Madam Jackie, may I add something else?
Absolutely, please come in.
Did you just say you may speak, Relentless?
You may speak, Relentless.
Oh, that felt so good. So I have this is out of the park, Danielle. I just realized that um, the low hanging fruit here. Okay, so I ran into a lady on Clubhouse a couple of months ago who actually has a company of 25 grant writers. Okay, and I got down with her and I got my sister on board immediately. My sister's in San Diego. She has a managed care facility not far from you. She's in San Diego. She has a couple of them. And I said, Julie, you need to jump on this. So Julie jumped in, and the day before yesterday, Julie said, I got 3 grants so far. From getting on. Now, grants, if you're not clear, grants you don't have to repay. Okay? And so Julie's set for $100,000 in grants this year. And I'm saying that to say this. What could you do with an additional $100,000 that can help your business move forward faster, especially in the line of work that you're in? Remember, my sister runs a managed care facility. It's pretty much in line with some of the stuff we're talking about, with you talking about, the lines of work we've been mentioning in the last couple of minutes with the chiropractor, with your whole your agenda. Your agenda is about people. We talked about that. So I suggest definitely hitting me up. Let me plug you into this lady. Within 45, 60 days, you will start to get, you'll get approved for grants, and you'll get paid out through the year. You'll be looking at $100,000 additional. And then you know what you do? You don't worry about, because you'll hire the best. That's my point. You'll hire the best, whether it's social media, whether it's TV commercials, whatever it is, just to get your business moving further, faster. If I'm guessing, I'm looking at your last name. I didn't do a deep dive, but where are you from?
I am Lebanese.
Thank you. All right, so here's the other thing. Women of color are considered double minorities. And right now, Goldman Sachs has green-lighted $10 billion in grants to women of color for the next 10 years. That's $1 billion a year that they want to give back to women of color. My lady, you definitely want to get into the grant writing space, or rather the grant receiving space. And if you don't have a grant writer, I can plug you in. I'm Relentless Aaron.
If you can help me, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm Relentless Aaron, acting as 007 today.
Look at your DMs, 007.
I sure will.
Danielle, has that been helpful for you?
Yes, you guys are awesome. I've been up all night listening to you guys for a few days now.
Good, and I hope you're getting loads of pearls of wisdom.
Oh yes, I'm enjoying every minute of it.
And also there is a free masterclass mentioned in my bio there. It might just give you yourself, it's for Instagram, it might just give you some insight yourself into how things should be targeted and that kind of thing, because it's good. The more knowledge you have, the more you can direct the people that are doing the marketing for you.
Thank you. I appreciate your helping and all your input. Thank you. I'm so appreciative. So grateful to know you guys.
We are grateful to know you too, Danielle, and want you to keep us posted on how you get on and how things progress for you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for coming up and asking the question. Right now, I'll just move you down to the audience. Okay, and next, Ali, are you available yet? Ali?
Hi, I'm actually still driving, Jackie. Can I check in when I'm finished?
Yeah, we can actually hear you a lot better now.
Oh, okay. I took it off my Bluetooth. Actually, I think that was the issue. I actually have a little bit of value to share towards the last conversation, and then I have a quick question to touch on Relentless comment as well, if that's okay, Jackie.
Absolutely, Ali. Please do.
Thank you. So I'm actually based out of the San Diego area. So I wanted to just touch on, as a new business owner, I know we were just talking about marketing, right? Investing the money into marketing. And Jackie, I wanted to piggyback off some of the things that you had mentioned about getting a little bit more clear on your marketing messages, because I've learned as a business owner, right, the most important thing is that it's not necessarily, you're not necessarily a service provider, but you are a marketer of the services that you provide. So I know you had mentioned getting a little bit more clear on your ideal clients, and I'm so sorry because I didn't see the screen, so I didn't see the name of the woman who was speaking last, but I think, if you're taking time to really dial in on some of those marketing messages, a couple things to consider would be, Jackie mentioned some of the problems you're solving, right?
Exactly.
The services, yes, like touching on the transformations that you can provide, but also trying to identify maybe what's a differentiator that you have in the marketplace, and kind of, like what's your why, leading with your value, leading with your unique selling proposition, and really trying to determine, what is that message, what makes you a differentiator in the marketplace, and what transformations you can provide. So I hope that was helpful. And
absolutely. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you. If I can just add, and I hope this will add value, this question to anybody else in the room who is listening, but Relentless, I was actually just researching grants myself, and I wanted to see if you had any insight on anybody who's listening as a business owner, or a female business owner especially, what's a good process for even beginning into that world, because I haven't yet applied for any, but I know that there's so much opportunity out there, and I'm not sure if you can provide any insight on how to actually get started, or what would be a best place to start searching for grants as a business owner.
So couple of things. Grants, for everybody in the space that's listening, grants are not necessary. We have to kind of reverse engineer the thinking behind it. We got to remember that these are coming from major corporations that are basically going to write the money off. That's number one. So they're basically, of course they're giving for good causes, and and the shine and the optics look good behind it all. But at the end of the day, we know they're getting a write-off. So if we know that, then all we have to do is basically we have to comply, so to speak, with what it is that they're offering, or what they're offering. Are they giving money to help the community? Are they giving money to help single women? Are they giving money to help women, period? I mean, there's all kinds of agendas. So, and there's all kinds of corporations, by the way. So my thing, because although I write novels and I do all these things and all that, I set it and forget it. Meaning, like, when I have something wrong with the car, I bring it to the mechanic, or a mechanic comes here, he fixes it, and I expect him to do his job. Same thing with an electrician, or anybody else that I hire. It's very important that I bring in somebody that knows what to do, and when they know what to do and they fix it, I get back to normal. I get back to, I get right. And so I leave the heavy lifting to the people who do the heavy lifting. I don't know how to fix cars, although I bet I could if I put my all into it, but we only have 24 hours in a day, and we can't boil the sea. So that's where I found, like I said, I found the grant writer. She's got $15 million, over $15 million in grants that she's gotten for people. And I mean, shoot, she's the GOAT to me, unless I find somebody that's done $50 million in grants. Right now, she's the GOAT to me. And so I'm going to work with her, and I'm going to send all my friends and family to her. and I'm getting a grant too for myself, and I'm not a woman. So but I am in place. So what I would say to be able to qualify for grants is, number one, to step your game up and stop bootstrapping. And I'm not talking to you in particular, but I'm talking to all business owners. Bootstrapping is good, but you have to level up at some point. You can't just be working as an affiliate for a company that is legitimate. You can't just be out here hustling when there's companies out there that, because they got an EIN and a LLC and a business address and a phone number and a DUNS number and a business bank account, they've gotten all these things, and because of that, now they get some of this landslide coming in with the EIDL and the PPP and so on and so forth. Just get proper, get right, stop doing business and start do business, and that's to everybody. So in terms of being able to capture some of this money that they're giving away, you just have to have all your business in place. And I'm not speaking just as the club president. I'm also a client, because I bootstrapped for many years until I got right. This was the first year I paid taxes, coincidentally, last year, ever. I'm 56, ever. But I've been doing businesses and hustles for all my life. But now I feel like I want to be a part of the equation. So I don't know where you are in that schematics and those schematics, or anybody who's listening. I don't know where you are in those schematics, but guess what? When you do set up as a business, which doesn't cost much, by the way, you also qualify for all kinds of business credit. And that has levels to that as well. So you can knock out two birds with one stone just by getting all your business in place and then duplicating. Like I tell people, amaze, inspire, empower, and repeat. So everything that I said, repeat, but it's also gonna anchor back to your skill sets and creating multiple streams of revenue and that whole conversation, which is another conversation. Madam Jackie, I am 007. I hope I have served on the mission.
Your current mission is complete. Thank you so much,
And
Relentless.
I just followed you, and I'm so sorry that I neglected you all this time.
Oh, don't you know my sense of humor by now? Thank you so much for that. So, Kevin, are you there, Kevin?
Hey, yes, I am.
Do you have a question for the panel?
Not at the moment. I just thought I might be able to add some value because I've done a lot of pivot during COVID.
Would you like to tell us a little about that?
Absolutely. Hi, yes, my name is Kevin. I'm here based in New York City. So loving everything that what everyone's talking about and Relentless, what he was talking about earlier with being creative. And yeah, so I'm in the fashion industry and also in the entrepreneurship world. And during COVID, fashion took a big hit. A lot of creative people, as anyone here is creative will probably know, took a big hit and a lot of things had to change. But just being creative is just something that I think any business owner just needs to have success. Before COVID, I found a way where we could combine a runway show with a panel talk and a networking session, along with having a live DJ and happy hour bar all in one place, all in one night. And we were able to make money also from sponsorships and not just increase sales of the products. But obviously with COVID, that all changed. And that couldn't happen anymore, especially in New York City, until maybe later this year. But during COVID, was able to do other things, such as doing a FaceTime with clients, doing virtual appointments, and I could see if someone who is a painter or somebody who does other types of creative work could also do these things as well. Sending the products to the clients on a consigning basis, so which means that they don't have to pay at first, and they can have the product sent to their home, and only if they decide to keep anything, then they will get charged. And just being creative, always finding ways to adjust is just so critical. At the same time, I believe Relentless was talking about being visual. even more and more so been doing a lot more like Instagram lives and even doing outdoor photo shoots. Being able to collaborate with others could really help anyone's business, because even when I collaborated with a model or a stylist not too long ago, they bought a $2,000 jacket from me, so even when you collaborate, you never know what can happen, and you never know, that could just lead you to increased sales even before putting that type of event or marketing out there. And at the same time, I also agree with that. You do have to bootstrap, but at the same time, you have to do whatever you got to do. So obviously, you have to bootstrap. At the same time, doing whatever it takes to get the increased revenue. So yes, if you get grants, that's really, really amazing. But if you really want to take your business to the next level, as probably anybody who's a business owner knows, you need to have a lot of money at first, right? So I was been very lucky that I've been able to connect with several individuals a couple years ago that are like internet entrepreneurs. They created like great, different several income streams online, and now they're able to just live their life freely. They're my best friends now. But basically, I was able to learn how to create just passive income streams, utilizing dropshipping, e-commerce, digital marketing, and with that, those passive income streams have actually been able to fund more of my creative endeavors and my fashion business. So, I come across a lot of people who have creative businesses, and they're like, you know what, I want to get an investor. And when they do potentially get an investor, the investor either wants too much equity out of their company, or they want to change their vision because they feel like they're giving so much money to this person, they could change the vision. But what kind of business owner would want to do that? So having this type of, if you're able to create something else on the side that's going to give you that just passive revenue streams that you could fund your creative endeavor or business, that would be something really great too. So I'm Kevin, and I'm complete.
Thank you for that, Kevin, and well done on your pivoting. It's what a lot of people have had to do, and it's great to hear that you've had success doing that. So, is there anyone in the audience with a burning question? Please don't be afraid to put up your hands. This is a very welcoming and safe environment. You have a wonderful panel of people here, and different panelists coming in and out all the time. So please put your hand up. Just ask the question. You have absolutely nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. And if you were to ask these people or get a private coaching session from them, I guarantee you it would cost a lot of money. So you have the opportunity to get this advice for free. So, how's Mama D?
On Kevin's
relentless.
Yeah, on Kevin's point, right? I didn't want to seem like, so I know we're at different levels. People are at different levels, I totally get it. I need to remind everybody that I came from bootstrapping. I came from whipping my books, selling my books on the streets of New York, to the point that I got into major stores throughout the world and on major mass media. And I'm saying that, so bootstrapping is great. I wish that much earlier I at least invested in my LLC, because that small amount of money would have given me the longevity that banks look for when they look at your company. So even having a business bank account and an LLC, just on the basic stuff, costing less than like $150, would give me a greater longevity to date. So I remember I was hustling the books right around 2003. Can you imagine a company now being a company set up, an LLC set up since 2003 to date? That's almost 20 years. And banks look at that as, then they look at, okay, do they have any negative marks? Are there any bills left? Have they been walking the walk, so to speak, right? And so at least that's all it takes, is to have that LLC, and you could always attach you can attach a P.O. box if you want, and then get legitimate later when you get an address. But I promise you that if I had started earlier with an LLC, I'd have a lot more longevity in the game versus 4 years. I have 4 years longevity with this current business, right? This current business setup. but I've been in business daggone since I was a teenager. And I'm simply saying to you, longevity is everything, right? So it doesn't take much to up to and if you're not making money for the first 1 or 2 or 3 years, you don't need to pay taxes on not making money. So it's we have this fear sometimes, which I had, of being in the game, of being on the playing field, of being, so to speak, legitimate. Being off grid feels good. It did off grid for a lot of years. It feels good. But let me tell you, it feels so much better to have a stack of business credit cards, to to have, to pay I paid the biggest bill I've ever paid in my life yesterday. I never paid a bill that was $7,900. Unbelievable. You have your electric bills and your this and your that. I'm not talking about a purchase. I'm talking about a bill. And I'm saying, like, it feels good, like I'm part of the sort of American way, or part of the system, so to speak, or I'm paying my dues. And it gets better because once you pay bills like that, it gets reported to Dun and Bradstreet, which is the godfather, or the dinosaur, however you look at it, of business data reporting. So if you're paying that type of money to a big business, they're going to report it by default to Dun and Bradstreet, and then it comes back around to you, because now every business is saying, "Oh my God, he pays his bills, he pays on time," and like that. So I'm just simply saying that to everybody out there, at least go to YouTube, do a little bit of research on setting up an LLC, on building business credit, and all like that, because I know we're busy, and a lot of times, it can seem complicated, all of this SEO, and he said drop shipping, and also flipping. There's so many different ways you can make money, because I do it all. But for you, the individual entrepreneur out there, you have a certain skill set. I'm reminded of the guy from Taken. He's like, I have a certain skill set. I will find you. And so you have a certain skill set. Liam Neeson, right?
He's Irish as well.
I figured as much. That's why I threw that in there. He was either Irish or he's from that part of town, right? So I'm simply saying, like, to you folks out there who have this certain skill set, maybe you sew and you make pillows, or you make a terrific coffee, or you make shoes, or like the brother said, I made a $2,000 jacket. I mean, whatever it is that you do and that you master, you're to be acknowledged and praised for that. That's what you love, right? You love what you do. Like Sylvester Stallone says, it's what we do, in Rambo. And so it's what you do. And so go ahead and stick with that. But still, it doesn't take much to make it legitimate. I'm Relentless Aaron. It's doubling as 007 today.
Thank you, Relentless. That was good to hear, and I hope the people in the audience were listening and taking notes. Protect yourselves. Get those LLCs in place. Even if you don't need it now, you may need it in the future if you have an entrepreneurial mind. And to be in this room, you obviously do. So you're getting some great advice from Relentless, and thank you for that, Relentless. So, who am I going to pick on next? Let's see who's here. Michelle, are you there? Michelle? No, Michelle's not there. I know Caesar is hanging around. Thank you, Caesar.
Yes.
Oh, Michelle is there.
Hello. I'm in my shop chatting with a customer. I'm almost done.
That's all right, Pat. We have somebody who raised their hands. Thank you, Regina. Would you like to put a question to the panel?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are incredible. I have a question about the LLC piece that just came up. Do you recommend I have multiple things going on. I have an LLC. I work in the community. I have a foundation. and I want to start an e-commerce with some products. Would you recommend them all being under one LLC or having multiple business entities under
You
the
can
LLC?
start out that way and then do breakouts. When once you feel that, okay, this is real successful, let me go ahead and do a breakout or a branch. And then you set it up separately. And why is because each of those LLCs or corporations or whatever you set up, those are all separate entities and they all qualify for their own credit. Their own agenda. So for sure, keep doing what you're doing because multiple revenue streams is what frees us. And it also ensures us because if one breaks down, hey, at least you're not out of the game, right? So for sure, shoot, I'm not, like I said, I'm not only the club president, I'm also a client. I have multiple streams under one roof. The one roof is my bed and breakfast. I would tell anybody, especially if you're single, get yourself a bed and breakfast. It's the OMG in the whole game because number one, who's going to question you being able to like a lot of us run our businesses. The bootstrapping goes on from our living room or our garage or our bedroom or our closet or our kitchen, right? And so but if you have a bed and breakfast and you list one of your bedrooms, like your guest room, on hotels.com or Expedia, now you're really in the game. Not only do you get to write off a percentage of your monthly expenses to for because it's business, but also you any creditor is going to understand, oh, okay, they have a bed and breakfast, okay, so now I understand why it's in a residential area, because they will do a Google search, they will do a search your business to find out who you are you legitimate, are you going to pay us back, what is your address, are you listed with 411 directory assistance. So from my bed and breakfast, I also am listed with 411 directory assistance under my corporation, but also, the streams that I have, whether I'm selling books or my own books or other people's books, the food that I do, the Turo business. I buy and sell major appliances, refrigerators, washers, dryers. I also sell those bamboo bed sheets, those Egyptian bamboo bed sheets, the high thread count. We ship them all over the place. So yes, they're all under the same umbrella, and this all comes out of me writing books really good. So I also write books for other people. So I'm telling you, you're totally able to do all of those under one LLC. Get strong with it, get your business credit going, and then go ahead and branch out and kind of set it up separately, because then look at you, you're a woman of color. You every LLC is going to be able to qualify for grant money, every LLC. So even if you've been in business for 3 hours with an LLC, you qualify for at least 25 grand. But can you imagine if they were at least seasoned 18 months? All of those LLCs would be able to qualify for 150 grand or more. And that's simply because you're a woman of color. You're considered a double minority. So you're way richer than me. I want to know you. I want to be your friend. I'm Relentless Aaron, doubling as 007 today. Hello.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Depending,
Can I just say that
Jesus loves the little children of the world.
Somebody's drinking.
Victoria.
Okay, somebody needs to be muted.
Yeah, they just were. Can I just also stress that any advice given here is purely just information. So don't take it as legal advice, because we are not lawyers or accountants, and there are none on the panel at the moment. Sometimes there are, but even if they were given information, it's not. There is more. Even if they were given information, you're always recommended to go and seek your own advice, because obviously no one on the panel knows your particular circumstances. So that's just a little add on there. Caesar, you wanted to say something.
Jackie, can I ask you really quickly? You have a master class. Is it under your IG or here on Clubhouse?
No, just DM me. It's actually somebody that I'm, because I've seen them on Clubhouse and they were the best person that I saw doing it, and I'm actually going to be doing it too. So I just think the more people that have the right person teaching them something, the better, because on Clubhouse is fantastic, but there's a lot of people gaining bits of information and giving it out as fact. So that's why I have that there, because it's somebody that I personally would recommend, and I wouldn't do that for a lot of people. So is that useful for you, Regina?
Yes, thank you.
Caesar, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to add to Relentless point. Depending where you are, like in New York, you can have an LLC, and then structure underneath, you can have local businesses known as DBAs, doing business as. And then, like for example, if you're in Florida, they have what they call fictitious names. So you would have your business entity, and then underneath it, you would have entities that fall under fictitious names. So I just wanted to add that to that.
Thank you, Caesar.
Yes. So have you been duly served, Regina?
Yes, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure. That's what we're here for, just to help and give as much value as we can. So appreciate you coming up and asking that question, Regina. I'm just going to move you back down to the audience. Okay, people, I want everyone here. Coach Les, my buddy, how are you?
Ready to give you a break, Jackie.
Oh, really? Thank you. That's very good of you.
I'm here to start it from now until sometime after 10ish.
Excellent. Delighted.
You're almost speechless, Jackie.
Yeah, I have tried to encourage some people today, but nobody wanted to hold the mantle, so I just thought I'd keep going as long as I can, so I appreciate it, Les.
No problem. I figured then you could actually go get some sleep and then relieve me in your early morning.
Yeah, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a glass of holy water.
Of holy water, or?
Yeah, well, it's my version of holy water, because I like vodka and tonic without ice and lemon.
Oh.
People ask me, is that water you're drinking? And I go, yes, holy water.
I love that. What a clever idea. Yeah. See, I thought when you said holy water, I thought you were going to tell me it's red wine, because Jesus turned wine into...
That's what you just took a sip of, isn't it?
No. No, I have actually Tessie's tea. I have mint Tessie's tea.
Yeah, but it's... I've been going, 12 hours at this, so I think I deserve a glass of my version. And it's me that calls it holy water, because it's just a fun thing. But I appreciate you being here, Les. I was just about to do a reset and invite people to ping people in. So this is Jackie in the red with the red lipstick, and I'm handing over to Coach Les. Thank you, Les.
Well, thank you very much.
Great job, Jackie. Thank you, Jackie. You so deserve that.
Thank you, Jackie. This is James Bond speaking.
Let's take a moment and all come off mic. Very good job, Michelle.
Yay! Hey Jackie, where's your Cash App so we can send you a cup of tea?
I don't have one. We're in Ireland and you don't have cash bloody apps here. So, but there's no need. Look, I just like you guys here trying to help and inspire entrepreneurs. That's the mission of the room. So I'm glad I could help out.
Well, Jackie, I will see you.
Is that you, Corey? I see a pickup truck. I be thinking they want to come get an appliance.
My client's omnipresence. And
Everything good?
best known beats best, right? And the way you do that is by getting omnipresence and being seen everywhere. So if you can people in stores that are already manufacturing.
Characteristic of being by strategic alliances. And I look at every strategic alliance as, you know, being an ambassador inside of that strategic alliance. So it's this is an interesting one because you're talking about sort of combining forces for purposes of exposure, for purposes of possibly, are they going to possibly sell your item in their location?
Yes.
Okay. But the exposure is probably the bigger thing, right? I'm guessing. I remember there was a time at Starbucks, and I don't even know if this is a real thing anymore, but they had the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the local paper in all of the Starbucks. And I would see these papers dropped off. It depends on the Starbucks how many copies they dropped off. But I knew for a fact that walking past that door, that exit door, you saw this New York Times or this Wall Street Journal. That was totally branded, you know, totally about brand representation in one of the biggest franchises in the world. So I get the exposure part, and I really hope that you select these, or that these are sort of the selections of yours that are going to feed your brand somehow, some way. Because one customer could be the game changer in your brand, right? So yeah, I like the idea, but also I like going after the big boys. And so if you have to walk the walk, like step up, so to speak, start with smaller brands to get to the bigger ones, it's gonna inevitably hit pay dirt. You're gonna inevitably start with small, and it's gonna go up to medium, and then ultimately a larger brand. And you may have to shave off some that are non-performing somehow within your within your analytics. But that's my 2 cents on it. Relentless speaking.
Thank you, Relentless. I appreciate that. Thank you, Caesar. My pleasure. You're welcome.
Reginald, that serve you, Caesar and Relentless, serve what you were looking for? Is that the
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I love this room. Every day I'm jumping in here. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you coming up on stage and asking the questions. It is inside of asking the questions how we get to serve. So thank you very much. We really appreciate you. And please come on back again.
Will do. Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
You too. Well, good afternoon, Vicky. How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing well. Thank you all so much for this room. It's an amazing room. It's timely, and I'm learning a lot. So thank you so much for bringing me to the stage. I have 2 quick questions. My first question is, what needs to be set in stone before applying for an LLC? Listening to the room today, I know that I heard that timing is crucial. And so I'm still in the planning stages, just trying to figure out how to merge encouragement, education, and radio so that I can uniquely serve others.
I love it. So the pillars of setting your LLC up are simple. Obviously, have a plan. Have a plan, a little blueprint, and as simple as a little blueprint and as extensive as a business plan. And if you could always go online and get a template of business plans to model after. And then once you have your plan, certain things that you need in place pretty much is an address. It doesn't necessarily have to be a business address in terms of, but once you, let me tell you, there's a stigma behind PO boxes, and even those sort of workplaces that they have, like, these places that you can kind of pay into to have a space in their office. Those are also the creditors have figured that out. So the point is if you're not yet doing brick and mortar, it's perfectly okay to do your thing from home. So if your LLC is going to work out of your house, boom, no worries. But if you do find an off-site situation and you find yourself expanding, there's all sorts of agendas out there. They've got industrial areas now that they've taken the whole building, an industrial building, and they really luxed it out, and they have price points. You get a smaller space, you get a larger space, but it's a communal, with other entrepreneurs. So there's all kinds, and lofts do that also. So there's all kinds of opportunity and possibilities with that, with the address. Got to have a phone number, business number that's listed with 411 directory assistance. And so line 2 is who I use, line 2, LINE, and the number 2. Their fee is like $15 a month, and basically they take your text messages and your phone number and all like that, and you basically go ahead and forward it to your cell phone. So now you have a phone number that you can list as a landline. That's with line 2. So you got your phone number and your address. Number 3, get your EIN number. Your EIN is very easy. You get that through going to irs.gov, or you can even just don't Google this one, because there's a lot of companies that'll sell this service. Doesn't make sense, but hey, I'm not mad at your hustle. Do you? But I'm gonna tell everybody transparently: go to the IRS and get your EIN number. And then so EIN, address, phone number. Next is your business bank account. Go ahead and get your business bank account. I would go ahead and get the LLC first before I get the business bank account. This way you go in, you have all of the things. So, but your business bank account's important. And then you have all of that. Go ahead and get a DUNS number. And the reason why I say get a DUNS number is because, and that's with Dun and Bradstreet. And the reason you get a DUNS number is because now you're a legitimate business on the playing field of other legitimate businesses. And there's something that we call B2B, business to business. Of course, you're doing business to consumer, but also you're going to do business to business in order to build your business credit up. And so those are the 5 important things. I know I'm slipping. Okay, a website, a web page or a website, that's easy enough. And I think I covered all the things. I might be missing something, and somebody could can chime in to add something. But those are the major things that you want to do in terms of turning your hustle into a business, and also leveling up to be able to not only qualify for business credit, but also to qualify. There's another woman of color on stage. Qualify for these business grants that they're giving out to women of color and people in general that have a business. But just all you have to do is have that criteria in place to qualify for the least amount. Also, I just while I was doing my speaking earlier, the grant lady reached out to me and she said she wanted to do a live with me. So probably on my IG, I'm gonna do it, and also I'm gonna probably broadcast it on multiple platforms at the same time. So tap in with me so you can learn what's going on in the grant space. I'm Relentless Aaron.
Wow. Thank you so much. That is amazing. Like everything I was thinking, you were answering questions. So thank you so much, Sherry, for your time. I really appreciate it. May I ask you one more quick question? Is that okay?
Sure.
Of course, you may, Vicky.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So, do I need an attorney to file an LLC? I've been doing research. I've heard some people say you can do it on your own.
No.
I don't. Okay.
And there it is there. she
Thank you
she
so
put the
much.
polish on that one.
She sure did. Thank
So
you
I
so
just
much.
I had an idea where you were going with it, and I thought I would just answer. This is Michelle at the top. I absolutely love everything that Relentless told you. And so, like he was saying, go directly to the IRS website to get your EIN number. Do the same thing for whatever state you're in, because it's the same thing. When you try to Google and figure it out, there's other, like, I call them faux businesses or fronts, and they're going to charge you a fee, literally just to hand the paperwork in. So you're basically turning the paperwork into these front companies that then turn the paperwork to the state, where you could just put it into the state or just put it into the IRS. So just to make sure that they're legitimate websites before you drop any money. And it's as simple as going on there and following the directions to fill out the application.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate it. Have a good evening or morning.
Oh, I wanted to say one more thing too. I just wanted to add.
We're live.
I feel like a lot of people are not aware of this. So, like he said, what was that, line 2? What I use is very similar. It's called Open Phone. And it is the most reasonable one that I found, and I've been using it for 2 years with no issues at all.
Okay.
So you might want to check them out both.
Okay, awesome. Will do. Thanks again, everyone.
And by the way, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just saying the reason behind that, guys, that we talk about this phone number, just so everybody knows, just perfect transparency, is because when you deal with business and you start to get credit for your business, the simplest way that they may check to make sure that you're actually in business is that they'll do a 411 directory listing check, or they'll do a Google search. They may not have the controls to they may not go to the IRS to check the legitimacy of your company or to the local state, but they will at least have a data furnisher or one of their people at their company to do a 411 directory assistance check. So that's why we say that. We're all doing business off our cell phones. We get that. But these creditors want to know that you're not here and gone and fly by night. They want to know, hey, are you going to run with our $1,000 or $10,000 or $20,000? So that's the reason for that.
Makes sense. Thank you so much.
Hey, Vicky, this is Coach Les in the purple.
Yeah.
On the right, 2 down. If you go to my Instagram, you will see I threw in what I call my blue steps 1 to 8. And it's one point of view. It just shares, and it's based on Minnesota. And it just has kind of what I call the basic blueprint of how to go from soup to nuts in a business. And there's no profession. I would say there's no trademark on this idea. There's just a little fun idea. After working for the last 3-4 years, I threw this together. It's handwritten, something fun, and I can't wait till Relentless takes a look at it and Michelle takes a look at it and we get a little point of view about it. So there's another idea for you. It captures, Relentless did a great job of running through the EIN, address, phone, and that this kind of runs you through where to go from there. So hopefully that gives you some tips as well.
I'm already on it, doggone it.
Wow, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Have you been served this afternoon, Vicky?
Okay.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Excellent. By the way, I do love the blue shades. Thanks for joining us. And with that, just take a moment
guys,
to pull to
I am
refresh. I see there's a couple
currently,
more
in case
people
you
came
wonder,
in that have been moderators. So let's just pull down on the screen.
Here you
Do a
go.
quick pull to refresh here. Welcome Amir, Claudette, and Mr. Larry. And
Hello, Coach Les.
how are you, Claudette?
Fantastic. I would love to introduce the next girl in line here, Kalina.
I'm in What It
She
Takes
is
to Run a $1 Million
incredible.
company.
Can't wait for her to speak. And
How
for
to
you
run a
guys to know
successful
her. I
two
brought her up.
Perfect.
business
Go
to
ahead
come
and
and so
introduce
how to
her.
run a
Thanks for
successful
doing
business. So come check it out.
Hi, Kalina. Welcome. I'm so happy you're here.
Thank you so much for bringing me up on stage.
Absolutely. Can you tell us about yourself so that everyone else can know you?
Perfect. So my name is Kalina. I am a deaf advocate. So I am a deaf person. I teach people how to be inclusive and off the app and off the app with another person as well. And I also, especially off the app, I teach other people how to be more inclusive for the deaf community in terms of like working with parents, teachers, or co-workers or workers in general. So like I'm upcoming influencers and on Instagram and YouTube. So I actually was thinking of starting a business in mental health coaching to help people who have a disability. And so my question is, what is something you wish before starting your own business? What is something you wish someone told you guys? And I'm done speaking.
First of all, can I just applaud you, Kalina? This is the first time in months, and actually ever on this app, that I've ever heard someone coming to the stage that has, that challenge. And so,
Hey, Relentless. This is Coach Les. Can you let her know who you are?
yes, hi. I'm sorry. This is Relentless. This is Relentless speaking. I'm so sorry. You're right about that. I'm just wow. I don't know if you heard earlier. I was sharing with people to go ahead and get the grant money. Please, you qualify on so many levels for so much money that corporations are just gonna immediately sow into your agenda. So when you say starting a business, for me, that should be your number one thing, because your passion is there. It's not going anywhere. Your agenda and the tribe, the people that you want to reach, are not going anywhere in theory. But what you want to do is you want to go into business, and you want to go in right, and you want to go in funded. I believe that you probably can get some seed funding even to get to the grant money. But your agenda right now, aside from like the people that you immediately touch in your immediate circle, is to get to the bag. So that just means setting up your business like we've been talking about, and then with that business set up, you immediately going to start to qualify for grant money. And the larger grant money is going to want to see you in business for 18 months, right? But you can at least get $25,000 grants, and that can add up to be able to fund you for the larger grants. I've seen people that, like I said, my sister has a managed care facility. She's getting $100,000 grant now because of simply me telling her this information. So that's the first thing I would say for sure. And one of the lessons that I learned in business all these years is to own it and to master my craft. I learned that from Dr. Dennis Kimbrough, who wrote Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice. The Napoleon Hill Foundation um, paid him, or rather contracted him to complete a book that Napoleon Hill had already been in, 100 pages. This was a book that was directed towards the black community. And so he taught me to master something. You had to be the best at it, or you had to practice it, or you had to study up on it for 3 to 5 years. You'd be the best in your city or your neighborhood. And if you study or master something for 5 to 7 years, you could be the best in your state or your tri-state area. And if you master something, if you practice it, you become an apprentice to it, you study up on it, you do the work for 7 to 9 years, you could be the best in the world. And that simply means, pouring into something, being all in, and ultimately you will be the ambassador behind your initiative. So I can already see you, being, the dominant factor, the spokesperson, in the field, in your initiative and your agenda, Kalina. That's a no-brainer. Just if you even look back into video, you'll see Tiger Woods was doing his thing as a 5-year-old. He was on the Mike Douglas show, tapping a ball on a putter. I mean, and then look at him. He walked his mastery into for the whole globe to know him. And so I'm simply using that as a frame of reference because, if you put a certain amount of time in, the world is going to recognize you for who you are, for your energy, for your spirit, and for all your gifts, and your why, WHY, why you are here. And I'm so glad to have met you today, sister. And I'm praying that some of my information is helpful. I'm Relentless Aaron.
Wow.
Yes. Wow.
Kalina,
Thank you.
This is Coach Les. Did that support you, Kalina?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much. It really means a lot, especially knowing your why is very important before starting a business. And I'm done speaking.
Thanks, Kalina. And I'm going to expound since we just said it. This is Coach Les again. Not only your why, your how, your what,
your who,
your vision, and your mission. Those are the 5 steps that I always like to share with people and have people look at. And it's another handwritten note that's in my Instagram photos. So please go peruse. You'll find some help. Amongst all the Bible verses, you'll find some helpful tips that I've added into my Instagram along the way. Are there any other people up on stage here that would like to pour into Kalina and support Kalina?
Coach Les, I'd like to say something.
Absolutely. Who is this?
This is Jackie speaking. Is it okay?
I'd love that. I just wanted to let you know because of to support the equipment saying who it is that's speaking. So thanks.
Thank you, Coach Les. This is Jackie in the red, and I just wanted to say, Kalina, you inspire me so much. Thank you for coming into this room, and thank you, Claudette, for bringing her. We need to hear more about how we can better serve and help those that have a difficulty with communication. This room, Clubhouse in itself, it's all about inclusivity. We're all here to help each other. And people come up and ask us questions. And it is just so wonderful to be inspired by a lovely lady who is working at making communication and educating us. And I hope everybody takes on board what was said. And I just greatly appreciate her being here. This is Jackie, and I'm done speaking.
Hi, Ben. This is Dr. Tomi. I think I'm one row up. Sorry, I have 2 little kids screaming in the background as we're on a road trip. But, Kalina, I just want to say kudos to you. I am
proud of you, what you're doing. As a fellow woman of color, I know that there are challenges, but you know what? If you just stay focused on the dream, the purpose, you will make it. If you need any support, feel free to DM me. Keep up the good work. I'm rooting for you, and I'm sure everyone on this stage is rooting for you. So that's all I have to say. Dr. Toy Mitchell in the white background. Thank you.
Dr. Tomei, it's great to hear the kids agreeing with everything you said and laughing too.
Oh, yes.
Thank you for jumping in and sharing. Kalina, have you been served this afternoon?
It's been really good. Thank you so much for both of you two ladies for speaking. I appreciate it, and I would definitely keep in touch. And I hope everybody have a good evening. I'm done speaking.
Excellent, Kalina. Thank you so much. And as Jackie always puts this, I'm going to send you back down, and if another question comes up, please raise your hand. And with that, we'll just kind of keep the flow of the speakers moving. And thank you so much. I, as well,
I'll take it to get rid of it because I'm tired of
you will
looking at
see
them.
I'm an integrity coach, and communications integrity is one of the things that I pride above all else. It is what I live and do my best to level up to every day. So thank you for being someone that is living that level of integrity and making a difference, not just in their life, but in the lives of those around that are sometimes overstepped or pushed over. And I appreciate and acknowledge the journey you are on, and I thank you for that journey, Kalina. And this is Coach Les, and I'm complete. And with that, I would like to take a moment just to do a quick pull to refresh, as a couple more moderators have stepped into the room, and then invite, I see Jess is next in line. Jess, welcome to the stage. How can we serve you this afternoon by Minnesota, United States time zone?
Hi, thank you for inviting me on the stage. This is my first time in this room. My name is Jess, and I was really just interested, and I haven't been listening the whole time, but I don't have a business or really a nonprofit that I've officially started yet, or even, I've got a bunch of ideas, but nothing that's really, I guess, pulling me in a certain way right now. My question is really around financial advisors and which route might be the best to take. And I'm calling in from Seattle. I'm not sure if that makes a difference, but I'm looking to find a financial advisor, someone that could kind of help me understand, looking at, what I have to invest, and whether or not going a business route, a nonprofit route. I've heard people say you can, form your own religion. And I'm not necessarily doing it as a tax haven per se, but I definitely want, I want my own side hustle. And that very probably not, but I've had my own successful career in a mega corporation, and I just want kind of a career change. I'm a little bit burnt out from, the corporate world and lifestyle. If I could make it successful and hopefully stand on its own, I would probably give up that for this. And I'm hoping that it would kind of set me up in along a different path. But I just not really sure where to start, and thought that the financial advisor route would be the first place to go. So I'm looking for some wisdom from this call. And
Jess, this is Coach Les. Don't put your mute button on just yet. I have a couple of questions to help some of the people up here clarify. Could you tell me a little bit, what was the corporate job that you have held?
I'm in supply chain systems. I'm a senior systems an analytics manager, but really I bring in different software in the warehousing, logistics, or packaging, all of that spaces, and deploy it for a large company in the Puget Sound. So I've got a background in really just convincing people to spend money on investing in technology and leading people and growing teams. That's kind of my background. I've been doing that for probably 15 years in one space or another, in ERP spaces and other spaces like that. I don't know if that helps clarify.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
My probably passion really is before that. I mean, I went to school, and my part-time job while in college was in like an infant room and daycares, and I just love being around children. I have none of my own, but like I get really excited about children and spending time with them, and it's definitely a known thing that I love to babysit, but I don't get paid for it.
Okay, everybody, remember that. Let's do travel to do that, because I think Srujan is up there going, yes, come.
I would, probably.
Excellent. Well, let's check in with some of the moderators. I'm going to start up with on the top right there with Srujan, and then Relentless goes second. I saw you flash second. So, Srujan, welcome to the microphone, and Jess, let us know and just keep track and make sure you take some good notes.
Hi, Jess. This is Srujan. Good to have you here. Thank you for coming up to the stage with a question. So you mentioned that you wanted to get in touch with a financial advisor, but let's take a step back and talk about what type of business or nonprofit you want to start, or what is a cause that you're passionate about.
That's a good question. I will say that that's kind of been like a bigger struggle for me. I think that I could go either route, nonprofit, something that reaches out to local communities around, underprivileged children. I've also looked into, like, during the pandemic, starting some sort of a team that, I've got a great network, and they all want to reach out and help out in some way, but some way to connect them to people who are looking to get in other careers or change careers, and like do resume reviews and, kind of things like that. It's like an act of service.
Right, Jess. So the reason I'm asking that question, sorry.
I guess is what I'm saying.
Sorry. So the reason I'm asking that question is because, yes, you could start a business. Yes, you could start a nonprofit. But, you can get in touch with a financial advisor and they can give you a bunch of options. But it really has to come from you as to what type of business or nonprofit that you want to start. Because if you're not doing that and just taking someone else's word for it, you will not be as passionate and motivated to continue doing that business or nonprofit. So you really need to ask yourself what type of business or nonprofit you want to start. So that is where I'm coming from, if that makes sense.
Thank you. It does.
So let me give you maybe 30 seconds. Maybe try to close your eyes and try to ask yourself, what type of business or nonprofit do you visualize? And it's okay if you don't see anything right now.
I'll admit I do feel a little on the spot, but I think that the first thing that comes to mind when I do close my eyes is I want to have an impact, something that's going to be long lasting, and reach a lot of people who are in need.
Understood. So let me ask you a different question. What type of help you wish you got from people or organizations growing up?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure, absolutely. What type of help or organizations you wish you had support from while growing up?
Oh, well, wow, that really hits home. So I was raised by my mom, who was a single mom, and we left an abusive kind of relationship that she had, and it was just me, my mom, and my sister for a long time. And what has always been kind of my thing was, how do I fit in, and look and feel as normal as everyone else. And I wish I would have had, cooler clothes, or I think it was just very much the clothing aspect of the schools that I went to when we moved to Seattle. I felt like such an outsider, and I felt like, it took a very long time before I got my first pair of like Nike shoes when I felt like I fit in. But for me, I know it sounds very superficial, but that was like the biggest thing. And I remember getting hand-me-downs from like adult women, and they weren't kids' clothes, and the other kids really noticed and feeling very out of place. So for me, that was always something, and then always around the holidays to just, making things kind of a bit more, a bit more relief for single parents or families that are struggling. And I kind of affiliated with a local nonprofit called Birthday Dreams. They are in the birthday space in my local area, and they basically put together birthday parties and assemble loot bags, and they go theme with it, and you get a cake, you get a present, you get loot bags and party favors, and they basically just deliver it to the families, and so that they can throw a party or a birthday party for kids that come from families that are struggling. And so that's kind of one thing that I partnered with a lot and really enjoyed. But I think there's a lot of other needs too. And yeah.
Hey guys, this is Samara Hurley. Kate actually pinged me in for this, so I wanted to see if I could speak real quick. I'm at the grocery store.
Just trying to complete a conversation, but I would be happy to hand it over to you next summer.
Well, actually, it's to help her, but okay.
All right, go ahead. I can continue the conversation after you.
Okay, great. Hi. First of all, hi, I'm Samara Jess, and I'm somewhere on the third row. I would love for you to catch up with me. So I have a nonprofit with my daughter called Kid Action Makers. It's the CAM Project. We're helping kids become entrepreneurs. I also was raised with consignment shop clothing and secondhand, and I still shop at consignment shops. So that's nothing to be ashamed of. I think that it's built you who you are today, and you seem like an amazing person. Kate pinged me in here for this, so I just wanted to give you a quick intro on that. And you don't have an Instagram attached to your account, so I'd love to for you to DM me, and then we can get in touch, and maybe I can help you find your passion and purpose as far as with your nonprofits, or you can join in with us. So this is Samara, and I'm done speaking. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Samara. I will. I just followed you, and I will be DMing you as well. Thank you.
Jess, thank you so much. And Srujan, thank you. Thank you for allowing Samara to jump in. It sounds like that being in the grocery store, she needed to get that taken care of and get that introduction made. And with that, Jess, I'm going to bring Srujan back and have him continue just working with you. And one of the things, I just want to put a shout out to Srujan, Jess, because I think consider that what he's inviting you to do, right, as when you close your eyes, is to step back and look and see, because even in your bio, right, you look in your bio, women empowerment, breaking ceilings, finding laughter, sending positivity and support. right there, like you have a passion that you want to support somebody, you want to come in, you want to find that laughter, right? And so Kate, who along with Daniel is one of the founders of this club, saw that inside of that and heard you speaking about you doing babysitting and loving kids and all of that, right? And so in that passion, she went out into her resources, found Samara, invited her in to come in and share and pour into you. And I think, Jess, what you will find is because of the spirit of who you are, people like Srujan, people like Samara, and other people up here on stage are going to want to pour into you and support you in finding your true passion. And I think this is the place, and I'd love to just let Srujan continue to walk through that space with you and take a look at what type of support you wished you had as you were growing up, that he can see will then be such a beautifully rooted foundation for you to work from. So with that, I'm going to hand the microphone back to Srujan. Srujan, thank you.
Thank you, Coach Les. That was wonderful. And thank you very much, Samara, for coming in to help out. So yeah, I mean, I was just trying to help Jess find her inner voice. And looks like you're passionate about women empowerment and you're passionate about kids and how to help them. So I'm just trying to get that out of you, and you got that out of you. So you have a better idea of what you want to do right now. So I think that is a great start. So while coming up, you asked a question about getting a financial advisor, but I tried to steer it in a different direction because I wanted you to find your passion. So that is what I was trying to help you do. Hope that helps you. And feel free to DM if you need any more assistance. I'd be happy to help you. This is Srujan. I'm done speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Srujan. I feel overwhelmed by the investment, I think, from just this entire collective and you guys taking the time. It's, I wasn't expecting it. It's kind of an emotional feeling to have complete strangers just want to do all of that for someone. But I think my initial thought was, I know I can help a few, and I have a hard time connecting with those in need, and how could I scale this and, do more for more people. So, that are in need. And so the financial advisor is really around me trying to get,
a grip on
how much can I really put towards this, and, still be okay. It is.
Jess,
yep.
So Jess, this is Coach Les again. Take a breath.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping that you have a notepad and paper, correct?
Yes.
Excellent, because there's a couple more people that I'm going to bring up to the microphone and just let them give you a couple more words, because this is a great opportunity, right? Because we've unearthed a few things with Samara and with Srujan. This is a perfect time for us to work together. Okay. So let me I saw Michelle. I saw you flash your mic. Relentless. I saw you flash your mic, and Lisa Sky. I saw you flash your mic. So Michelle, would you like to go first? Going once. Okay, we'll jump to Relentless. Thank you, Relentless.
Hey, what's going on, Jess? So here's the first thing that I'd like to see you do, and that is to this is more like a soul searching that you need to do before you jump anywhere. Kind of reevaluate what you're dealing with, not just in your personal life, but also with regard to your expenses. Are they outweighing your income? Because those things can definitely interrupt free thought. And I understand that you're going through a great pivot. This is what I'm feeling right now, that you're going through a great pivot in your life, and you're trying to look for your druthers. And so I suggest that you definitely do a reevaluation. Try to identify where your interests lie. I think in so many ways everybody's been saying that you're a people person, and that you want to help people. We get that. So that's a good thing. So the question is, how are we going to be resourceful in doing that? So we talked about your why, which is, where your interests lie, right? But your how will you do that? So one thing I identified in listening to you, a little bit of your backstory, is that at present, or for a few times, you've gone through a pivot. um, so you've gone through a pivot, you've gone through transition, and now you're at a space of uncertainty. But I'm willing to gamble that you've gone through this uncertainty in your past and you've overcome it. And you overcome it when you went from one place to another and you got into corporate, and now you're wanting to go to corporate to the next level. So these are pivots, what we call pivots in life, right? And for me, this is a special time, actually. This uncertainty is not unlike what so many millions of people are going through right now. And it can take a dive into this whole how people are questioning their certain authority, whether they've had authority at all, because we're in this sort of pool now where everybody's swimming around looking for their next big landing strip. And so uncertainty could be a possible story for you. I'm a novelist. I've written books not just for myself, but also for other people. And so I do the nonfiction thing as well. And I'm simply saying that I see a story in you that if you can encapsulate this moment and take the time to identify it, even if you went and you did it audibly and you spoke out your feelings, or you start to journal this moment, the people that you're about to meet or that you're talking to on Clubhouse, and where you're going into the next level of your life, journal that stuff. Even if I don't know if you want to do a blog and just not monetize it, but I say monetize it, because there's so many people out here that have your story, that are in the pivot right now, feeling the fire. They have a certain bank account, the money that's left, and they look at their expenses and they're saying, oh my God, at some point, one is going to outweigh the next. What am I going to do? I'm stuck in these expenses, this house, this thing called life, right? And so I'm saying is that you're going to make it out of it because you already made it out before, right? So I would love to see you start to journal this and to kind of level up, to get to a point that you have a book, and your book is called Uncertainty. I promise you. And when you put that out, people are going to resonate. They're going to resonate with your story, and they're going to sew in, and they're going to purchase your book, and you're going to be known globally and otherwise for the rest of your life for this moment that you're going to conquer and overcome. I'm Relentless Aaron.
Wow, I never thought about writing a book, but thinking about it now, very wow. Thank you very much. I feel inspired to put things down. I never really thought that other people would resonate with my story in my life, and even just the journey of finding my path through to a more certain place.
Well, Jess, there you go. Welcome to Clubhouse.
Yeah, thank you.
And with that, I want to make sure, Lisa, did you want to offer something to Jess as well? Lisa Sky?
Hey everyone. Hey Jess. Hey Coach Les. So I actually was just clapping my hands, and I was just like agreeing with everything, and just really overwhelmed listening to how supportive everybody is. And I mean, not that it's a surprise to me, because I've known Coach Les and on many levels, whether it's a personal thing or if it's a professional thing. And of course, personal goes into professional, it's all the same. But the experience is just unbelievable. And listening to Relentless, your intuition and inspiration that you have, you're giving
and sharing with Jess and, of course, everyone who's listening to this conversation. So it's interesting because, Coach Les pinged me into the room, and I said, let me come on in. I'm getting ready. I'm going out on a Saturday night. I have a double birthday party header happening, and I'm just loving being with everybody. And I don't want to take away from Jess and move on to my situation, but I will tell you the thing that I find very interesting is because I do have a clothing company, and I started it 2 years ago. I'm still baby in it. I'm still growing. I have a couple of stores that represent me, but listening to your story, Jess, I've been trying for the past 2 years to figure out. I want to work with an organization. Of course, I would love to donate a percentage of my sales to somebody, somewhere. And I always felt so emotionally attached to American Cancer Society or American Lung Association because my mom passed from lung cancer and my dad passed from lymphoma. So I always said, well, maybe those would be the organizations that I could donate to. But I think that just having this conversation and listening to you and your story, I said, you know what? Because I'm so blessed, and I'm so lucky with my parents that they did buy me new clothes. See, Coach Les, here I go. I get all emotional. I start to cry all the time. But I will breathe because breathe is one of my favorite words. And I think that for my business, and I have to thank you, I think I'm going to look for maybe a local or even a national, somebody that I can help little girls and boys who, do need new clothes. And I would love to help them. And I am a single mom. And luckily, my girls, they've been lucky enough for me to buy them clothes. Although I upcycle and I love vintage stuff and secondhand and all that. And it's all nice when you want to go buy that kind of stuff. But when you don't have a choice, it's a different story. So anyway, I just want to thank you for, helping me to make some decisions for my business. And I just think that it's just been great sharing space with all of you. And on that note, I guess I'm complete.
Lisa, thank you so much. Jess, this is really for you, Jess, but also for the rest of the room and the people that are listening. I really want to take this moment to say that in the support of people that come up and ask questions about and look for ideas from the people that are up here on stage, not only do you get support, Jess, in this case, but as you share, there are people on the stage that suddenly find a new passion, find a new outlet. So this is really why this particular way of creating this room, looking at these things, sharing and asking questions, opens up and pays everybody in the cycle of life. So Jess, thank you so much for coming up. How have you been served? Have we filled your cup to play for the next few days, and you can come back and share with us how the cup worked and ask us more?
Overwhelming, yes. I've absolutely been served, and not necessarily in the way that I thought I would. I think in a better way. Now I have almost a better true north. So thanks everyone for all that you've said.
Jess, on a final note, I would just like, because you originally stepped up here, and I don't want to overlook this because there's probably someone down in the audience going, well, she originally went up there to get support about finances, and they just literally rearranged the molecules of what she's up to and didn't even cover that. Well, I'd like to just complete that circle and say that before somebody goes to that financial, and there's no exact way to do this, there's no, this is the right way by these numbers. I think that what I heard, and I'd like to leave you with, Jess, is that in the discovery of what you're up to, I believe the financial person will arise in somebody that wants to support you, support your cause, perhaps invite you into their company, and they will have that support already built in for you to be able to do the self-discovery that you were looking for originally when you stepped up here. Does that communicate?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you,
really
Jess.
Moving the focus away from the money and more around the passion, and the money will follow, I think, is what I'm hearing today. And
exactly.
And I'll be honest, like I don't have financial issues or problems. I actually have too much money. That's my problem. I need a place to put it, and I need to do that in a smart way so that when I scale my business, that I mean, I don't know. I want to do it on my own. I know that maybe I can grow and do rounds and partner and do all these things, but part of me doesn't want to bring someone into that risk until I feel like I have something. I don't know. I worry about that.
So Jess, take a step back, breathe. And here's the thing. Give yourself some grace. Don't try and have all the answers right now. See, one of the things as a coach that I share, like Samara came up and said, hey, you may even like to come and partner with me. Now, there's a way that you could look at that and say, and this is just one idea coming from me, you could go, wow, Samara, that's a great idea. Could I come and spend maybe a few hours a week with you, support you while I'm doing that? And ultimately, my goal is to kind of find my own niche. But during that discovery, I'd love to support you in what you're up to, give you the hours of me and who I am. And in that discovery, guess what? I'll be able to then go do this. And in that, you'll find people that will do what I call a barter trade of support for support. And then that you might discover something. And I see Samara just flashed her mic, so I'd love to have her just share another nugget on that, because I think that's another opportunity for you, Jess. And so I just want to make sure that that's there as well.
You inspire me to do the room right now because I feel like I want to give back, because for you and other people in the clubhouse that were giving away these gold nuggets, you all inspired me to find what I need to find to publish my book in the last 24 hours. So I just sent you I just followed you on here. Please follow me back, and I just sent you a DM on Instagram. But yeah, Deepak Chopra's reading my TV pilot. Robert Kosagi's reading my TV pilot. I used to play professional baseball. I have a lot of celebrity baseball players reading my TV pilot, and all I need is somebody to just come on board as my literary manager. And then NBC is ready to meet with me. So thank you so much for your time, and please send somebody my way. I hope you can do it, because I'd love for you to get credit for it. But if it's not in your wheelhouse, I respect that. But trust me, if I can send it to you through email and let you read it, it's something that I would love for you to get that credit, because it's going to be a multi-million-dollar empire, and I would love for you to be the person that can do it. But if you can't, whoever can is great.
Also, AJ, I don't know if you see in the audience, his name is Relentless Aaron. He also is a national best-selling author, and he has navigated a lot of deals on his own, especially with major publishing houses and movies and grants and all of those things. He's also a resource for you as well. So I don't know if he has the opportunity to come up, but you want to connect with Relentless. He is amazing. He was one of the first people that I ever knew that landed a multi-book deal with St. Martin's Press for the type of literature that he was putting out at that time, and he navigated it on his own terms. Relentless.
Hello, Nalena Kai.
Hey, how you doing? Tell the people who you are.
I'm awesome. Well, thank you so much. I was just traversing the hallway there, and I saw books. Oh, and I got excited. I'm almost like Tourette's. So, yeah. Hey, everybody. I'm Relentless Aaron everywhere. Just been fortunate to master my craft, following the guidance of Dr. Dennis Kimbrough, who took over the writing of Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice, from the Napoleon Hill Foundation, and really nailed it for me in terms of giving me a blueprint on how to master my craft. And by the grace of God, I had the time and the gumption and the focus to actually do what he would preached. And so, yeah, I wrote a few dozen books. My first deal was a 4-book deal that got spun into a 14-book deal. It's never been done, and I'm just blessed to still share these jewels with people worldwide on this platform and others. Um, I heard AJ going, and I was wondering if I met the new Speedy Gonzalez. So,
I know, right?
or if there was something, or if there was something wrong with my app. I was like, wait a minute, this is. I didn't push ×2 on the speed. So you know how you can turn up the speed on your YouTube or your
Yeah, he was
podcast.
going 78 RPM, right?
Yeah. So you might. I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and read a little bit. You're a published author, and apparently I see Dr. Sabi. That rings a bell for me as well. And so you're a communicator at the end of the day, AJ, and you're a connector, right? And so your content is inevitably going to hit pay dirt. You're inevitably going to reach your tribe, however it happens. I don't know that an agent is necessarily it, but it could be it. I'm not saying that. I just heard that on the tail end. I went in and I closed my first deal without an agent, and then the agents came after me and said, "Hey, we want to work with you, and if we can broker a deal for you, would you work with us?" And of course, that was a literary agency, one of the big agencies in publishing. And I was like, okay, okay, so let's do it. So, so you don't necessarily need an agent, but I will say, if you're not familiar with the publishing game and the publishing world, you should get with somebody that you feel the energy of, and if that energy works for you, connect with them on real levels. I wish that my agent from the past is still calling me, because he would not fathom what I have on the table right now and being a part of that. So a lot of times, I remember I went to Wendy Williams' rap party. A rap party is a one of those parties they have after a film is done. And I said, Wendy, you and I have the same agent. And then she's like, who's that? So and then she says, and then I told her, and then she says, I haven't needed an agent since that day. And so basically to say that, you eventually become the thing that you dreamed to be, and now everybody's coming at you to do deals. And so an agent really is a person that sort of manages and also propels the potential of your brand. So they manage the incoming inquiries and they propel you to greater spaces. So you kind of need somebody that not only is an agent sort of slash manager, that's sort of directing your skills, so that you could go ahead and stay in your pocket of skill sets. You're a communicator, so you go ahead and stay in your pocket, stay in your why, and then let someone like Nelena Kai, take over and steer the ship. Hey, if she has that time in her 24 hours, more power to her. But I just wanted to add my 2 cents. I literally came in the room to connect with connectors that are on the same page, no pun intended, as me. And Nelena is up there in my top two. Hello.
Thank you, Relentless. I appreciate that. And thanks, Elena, for the referral and introduction. Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to be really honest with you, AJ. Most of the deals I landed before I became an agent, I had agents, but I landed them myself. So I don't want you to feel that you're held back or to wait on a process before you take advantage of all these opportunities that come your way. Here's the thing. You need a good lawyer. If you don't get the agent, you need a good lawyer. And what they're looking for is the thing that you can't live with. If you sign XYZ, are you going to be able to sleep at night? Because ultimately, when anybody hands you a contract, whether it's a publishing house, it's a movie adaptation deal, even a car deal or a house deal, mortgage, all of those, they are not written in favor of the person who's doing the signing. it is written in the favor of the person who's handing you the contract. What you need is somebody to look at the contract and talk with you and figure out, hey, they want XYZ. Can you live with that? That's ultimately what you need most. And like I said, there's a lot of people who've gotten deals without an agent. I have the connections that I have with some of the publishing houses because I've given an event called the Cavalcade of Authors for 20 years. And Relentless and I have been in the industry for about the same amount of time. And over those connections, I walk people through the door to these particular publishing houses and the connections with these houses because of my event. And I got my son at age 15. I landed him his book deal with Simon & Schuster at a young age. We both got a contract the same day. Neither one of us had a literary agent, but we did make sure we hired a lawyer to make sure we weren't signing over the wrong thing. So that's one of the things you want to be mindful of. If you don't land that agent that you vibe with before you, when all of these opportunities land on your plate, make sure you have a good entertainment or intellectual property attorney look over the contract and explain the items in there so that you're not signing the wrong things and say, uh-oh, when it's all over. So, yes, I just want to make sure you're in the right hands and somebody's knowledgeable for what you're trying to accomplish. This is Nalena Kai, and I'd love to stay connected with everyone here on Clubhouse, Instagram, and Twitter. And make sure you go to my Instagram page. All of the free tips there, normally free and my name is not in the same sentence. So I'm telling you, go to my Instagram page and pick up those 9 free tips across the board. Make sure you save it so you can keep it for future reference. And I do answer all DMs as well. So thank you, AJ, for this opportunity. I really appreciate you.
Thank you for being here. Just before you leave real quick, Elena, and also Relentless, I talk fast because I'm on CMOS, and I know that your time's valuable, and you might have to run real quick, so I just want to get everything in real quick.
Wow.
But I'm in CMOS. I've been organic for over 10 years, and I've been Dr. Sebi Lifestyle for 2.5 years without any cheat days. But here's the thing. So I have entertainment. I had an entertainment attorney. I have a current attorney, and I have some people, but they're not really zealous advocates for me.
Right.
So I'm saying that to say that I just received an invite to the Dallas Colleen Black Film Festival, May 22nd, for my first film with Tiffany Haddish and Oba Babatunde. So I'm there. I just need somebody that believes in me. So I hope you all are those people, because I agree with you that I don't need an agent, but my talent agent and I sent my TV pilot to NBC, and NBC rejected it, and they said, "Hey, AJ, we like you, but we need you to send the pilot back to us with a literary manager or literary agent, and then we will read it for you." So that's the only thing for me in regard to NBC, that
Okay,
they say that they want me to have some.
AJ, just a second. And hopefully this is some tough love for you. I want you to slow down. I know you probably heard this before from people, but this is why I'm saying this, right? If you slow down, people will, number one, we're creatures of habit, right? So a lot of us that have been in the game, we've heard a lot of talkers, a lot of hot air, right? And I want you to be careful not to be compartmentalized in that area and pigeonholed in that area as another person with hot air. Everybody's a filmmaker, everybody's an author, everybody's a theoretician. But at the end of the day, you want to close the deal that gets your thoughts and your content to the people, right? And so you want to resonate with people in a way that, number one, they can understand you, they can hear you, they get crisp, cohesive, non-name dropping authenticity from you. And this is where you want to be, because I feel your energy. I was there. I get it. You're hungry, you're grinding, and it's sort of a momentum that nobody can touch. But you don't want to get it to a point where nobody can touch it, if you understand what I'm saying. So most likely you've been this way for a long time. And hopefully I'm the guy that's going to pull you up and say, bro, slow down. You got the juice, you got the power, you got the energy, you have the magnetism. But if you can just package it in a certain way, you can get to be a GOAT. Somebody put their hands on I'm trying to remember. Somebody put their hand on my shoulder years ago. That's what it was. I was in was in an elevator coming down out in the building that we were living in, and there was this woman in the building, attractive woman of color, and I had my book cart. I had a little cart, and it had my books were stacked in it, and I was heading to Fordham Road to sell my books at 5 in the morning, because this was my passion, and nobody was gonna tell me otherwise, right? And I didn't have any book deals. I didn't have any film deals. I didn't have any major publicity. Nothing. I was on a mission. This is what you remind me of. She put her hand on my shoulder, so to speak, and she said, "Brother, this is not how you do it." Okay. So now, in hindsight, she was dead wrong, right? Now, so that I'm trying to handle you with kid gloves. I'm not gonna do it like she did it, but I'm gonna say to you, if you just USA and compartmentalize what you're doing, you can take control of your destiny, because you got a meteor in your hands and in your mind. And a lot of times you don't want to be a jack of all trades, even though we are resourceful. You're a resourceful person. I saw that in your bio. You're very resourceful. You want to be everything to everybody. I get it. But there's that one thing that you got going on that's probably super masterful, that's going to open the door and get you on a TEDx stage, or it's going to open the door and get you, God willing, on like ABC World News. I look and I don't see authors like me on that platform, on Time magazine, or on the cover of the arts and leisure section of the New York Times. And that's because we don't have mentorship, like Melena's been saying, like myself, who are saying, like, not just this is the way you do it, but maybe handle it with not just tough love, but sort of like a little bit of guidance. So I'm giving you a little bit of guidance. I hope you hear me, and that you're not just listening. I hope you hear me, and that it really, really touches you, because I guarantee you I'm not the only person who has said this. I am probably one of the few people that have had heart to say it to you, because I feel your energy and your glow and your magnetism, and it's valued. It has great value, and it's going to change some other people's lives, and ultimately that's what you're here for. So I'm relentless. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I appreciate that. I love everybody's, advice. Everybody has, golden nuggets. Everybody, has we're pointing. They say still sharpens still. So I'm just passionate about life. It's not about name dropping. It's just I'm just to me my thing is, when I wake up every day, living my dreams, living my goals. It's just like I'm so passionate about life. I'm so happy about it. And like I said, I take a lot of CMOS, and so CMOS just gives me a lot of energy. So that's just who I am and how I am. But being that y'all are in the room, it's just one of those things where I don't. Maybe I don't need an agent, but I just really feel like that with NBC, I'd love to have it where they do read my pilot, and they just say that they need me to have it sent to them through a literary manager. I've contacted over 300 emails through literary managers, literary agents, some of the top ones, and I know how highly weird can be, and so now that Nalinga and you were in the room, I'm just asking for somebody to believe in me, because I feel like I'm that close to getting, if it's not them, maybe it's Netflix, maybe it's ABC, HBO, maybe it's who knows, Hulu, but I just want to give myself a chance to get the right team to be with me to get my pilot sold.
Okay, so let me correct you here. You said you need somebody to believe in you. You only need you to believe in you.
Well, we believe in
Bottom
you.
line.
I believe
It
in
isn't that we're giving you a fast no or even a slow maybe, and that means that we don't believe in what you're doing. You really need to listen to what Relentless is saying, because in so many words, I'm kind of saying the same thing. I kind of soft pedaled it, but he's giving you how to make sure that you fashion your pitch and your approach to people so that they can be receptive. You understand what I'm saying? So, and I thought you would hear it better brother to brother than it was from someone like me. I know a lot of people said for you to connect with me, but I'm also letting you know it isn't because I don't believe in you. You believe in you. That's enough. The universe will line up with your expectations. You're already putting in the work and putting it out there. So we're trying to give you the advice that will help you to move forward and not be at a standstill when those contracts come laying down on your plate. So it's not about belief at all. This is Nalena Kai, and I'm done speaking.
Appreciate that, y'all. Thank you so much. I accept what you both told me. I'm speechless right now. Thank you so much. So thank you.
We love you, brother. You're gonna be an amazing force that the world isn't even ready for, and it just needs to be packaged right, and in such a way that you reach people on their level, not even your level. Your level, you're already in the moon. We get that, but we are not ready a lot of times. Look, nobody was ready for George Orwell. They probably thought he was crazy writing things like that. What are you talking about? Thought police and cameras in the sky. Well, hello. Was he not 40, 50 years before his time? Was he not? I mean, and there's so many others I can mention, but I'm just saying, like, using that for example, before his time, Nostradamus, before him. I mean, just before their time. So when I say before their time, like, right? So you're before your time. You're thinking thoughts that so when we birth a project, right? We conceive it, and it goes through a process, and ultimately it goes through all of these levels until it reaches pay dirt, right? Which not necessarily money, but could be the popularity that it's supposed to reach, right? So that could be 10 years down the line. It could be 2 years down the line. We don't know what that process is. But you gotta you gotta know that when you birth something, it has to go through a maturation process. It has to go through its maturity. And you have to respect the maturity with an inhale and an exhale, knowing full well that you are going to reach its ultimate destination. I can't tell you the amount of times that something that I've done 5, 10 years ago have reached their ultimate destination or their tipping point years later. And so I'm saying, like, my dad, just briefly, I don't want to hog the stage, my dad is going to reach his tipping point in a few years from now when the documentary's done. Nobody really got it while he was here in his mortality. But this man, he walked the lives of 10 men that when I tell them the story of DeWitt Gilmore, they're like, oh my God, wow. It's like another level of entrepreneur. So that, and when people walk into my space and they see what I'm doing or what I've done, they're like, oh my God. There's a guy who came in yesterday. This is so relevant to now. And the guy came in, he said, man, I have a new respect for entrepreneurship. Man, you are the GOAT. This is what a guy said. He never met me before, but he was in my space. He was here to pick up food, right? To deliver it. But he saw what I was doing. He's like, oh my God. You know what I mean? And I've heard that over and over and over again. And it's because I'm present in my purpose. And my intuition is sharp and on point. And sir, on no other platform, there's a lot of rooms going on right now. I'm actually on another stage right now, helping people. And I'm telling you, there's a reason why I was pulled into this room. And there's no, so you're only on one space in time. That's what I'm here to tell you. I could have been doing a live on IG. I could have been doing a live on Facebook. I could have been in a meeting. I could have been sleeping. But I'm here with you. And I'm here to say to you, sir, if you just be present in what I'm telling you, I'm sharing something with you that could probably change your pivot. It'll change your life moving forward. So those deals that you hunger for are gonna now come for you. The deals came for me. That's where the big book deals came, the movie deals. Everything came from me. I reverse engineered my success simply because I mastered my craft. And I don't know what you master right now by looking at your bio. I don't know what you master right now. I know you're a force to be reckoned with and you're a great energy, but I want to know what you master. and it should be in a sentence. It should be in a word. It should not be all over the place. And so I want to just try to help you to compartmentalize your energy, inhale and exhale, and receive what I'm giving you. It's a gift. I'm Relentless Aaron.
And just so you know, I have a meeting with a first-time client via Zoom in about 10 minutes. So I'll be sliding out. Yep, that's my alarm. Alexa, stop. So wonderful to connect with you. And Relentless, thank you so much. You put it eloquently and I think sufficiently. Really appreciate you, brother. This is Nelina Kai, and everyone have an awesome day on purpose.
I love your energy, Nelina. Thank you so much. Every time I hear a room, it's just your voice, that way you come across. It's so genuine and so real. So thank you, and thank you, Relentless. I'll definitely take those notes, and I followed both of you, and I just sent both of you messages on IG. So thank you for your time. Thank you for dropping by the room, and I needed to hear that. So I just namaste, ashe, and all that. Thank you so much.
Namaste.
All right, y'all. I'm like so speechless right now. So I thank y'all for being here. This is the AJ Blaine Show. Thanks for being here. We're talking about how to publish a book for free in less than 12 hours. I just published my first book, y'all, in the last 24 hours. So like I said, Nelina was here, and she was in a room when I first, came on Clubhouse about a month ago, and she and other people were dropping some gems, and now I figured out, kind of the secret sauce, and now that I figured out, how to do it for free, I'm passing it on to everybody else here. So we have some people in the room like Alicia and Louis, who actually are doing their books right now. The secret for me, y'all, is called KDP.Amazon.com. So if y'all don't know what that is, please sign up for that. So we'll get to these steps about how you can do it for free as well. You're gonna already be kind of ahead of the game, and that way when you understand the tips that we're gonna the steps that we're gonna go through, you're gonna already know kind of what we're talking about, and it'll resonate with you. But the main thing is just signing up for that, because it's gonna take you about a good 20 minutes to sign up for KDP.Amazon.com to get your account started. Put in all your information, and then put your book title. Even if you don't have a book title yet, just put something in there, so that way you'll have a book on their platform, and then the other tools will be released to you, and then you can go one by one. So let me check in with Louis and Alicia real quick to see how they're doing. Louis, how are you doing so far, Louis? I think he had to go, so maybe his avatar's here, but I don't think he's here right now. So Alicia, how are you?
So I had to add another vignette. I was just short of those 12 pages, so I'm finishing up that last vignette so that I could resubmit.
Nice. So you have 24 pages, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then once you get that in there, then by the time you get your table of contents and your acknowledgments and your all those different little things like about the author, that's gonna eat up some more pages. You might be about 35 pages or more by the time you get all that stuff in there too. So don't worry about that. You'll have more things once you download that what's it called? Let me go back to my other notes. I've got so many notes right now. I think it's the Amazon Create something. What's it called again? Let me go to my notes. It's bear with me. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Kindle Create. Yeah, once you get that Kindle Create, then there's more resources right there on that Kindle Create that you'll be able to actually go in there and add some more things to your book, and all the table of contents and your illustrations, all this right there. So yeah, it's good. So you're on the right path. All right, I think, are we at TG Moses? No, we're at somebody was speaking. Marcel. Yeah. Marcel, keep going, Marcel. I saw her in here, so I saw her. I got excited because, like I said, I've been working manifesting a meeting with her, and now that I have my book published, in the last 24 hours now, at an appointed time, I'd like to, have my TV show pilot wherever it needs to be. But I like the notes that I received from her and also from Relentless. So Marcel, the floor is yours.
Okay, and there's no problem. You saw an opportunity and you seized it, and that's the same thing I would have done. So, yes, I was talking about my book. I am also self-published on Amazon. My brother has a publishing company, and he did it through his company. So I published my book back in 2019. It's called Get Rid of Yourself. It's a self-help personal development book that I wrote. And so far, it's been on 4 continents. I reached the top 25 on Amazon. And I did that all through word of mouth. At that point, I did do KDP Rocket. And I also went and published my ebook on Lulu, which you can do for free as well. Lulu is free. KDP Rocket, like you said, I believe that one's free too. But the process wasn't that hard. KDP Rocket, like we said, was free. I did all my stuff through word of mouth. I started over a new Instagram page and all that other stuff. So right now, all the information that you were trying to manifest actually worked out in my favor as well. That shows how we're all connected, because I did need all that information as far as the attorney and the lawyers and all that other stuff for, getting my rights and stuff. I don't want to say if, when my book decides to blow up, I sure would like to do. I've done several podcasts. I'm actually going to be featured on a Roku Mysticism show as well. So there's a lot of things out there that comes along with publishing a book. So like I was saying earlier, if y'all could just remain disciplined and y'all just sit down and at least do 500 words a day, you'll have yourself a book in maybe a month or 2 months. I sat down and did at least 500 words a day, and some days I did 1,000 words, 1,200 words, 3,000 words, and my book was done in 3 weeks. So I just encourage all the authors out there to keep writing. Make sure you promote with your face on camera so people can connect with you. If anybody would like to purchase my book, you can DM me on Instagram. I like to autograph everybody's book and connect with the person. I don't care if I got to ship out 1,000 books. So if y'all would like to purchase a book, y'all could DM me. I also have a podcast called Social Introvert. Also have music out on Amazon called Memories. It's all in the link in my Instagram bio. But yes, I would love to connect with people who are writing books, and to encourage everybody who's out there. The universe needs your help, right? The universe is only here to back you. So utilize all of the energy of the universe, the planets, the stars, the constellations, yourself, your higher self, all of that, and create that masterpiece. Leave your stamp in the universe. I'm Marcel, and I'm done speaking.
Thanks, Marcel, for being here. And hit me up, Marcel. Let's definitely collaborate, see how we can maybe work together. But congratulations on your process. So everybody in the room, I'll do a quick room reset. But basically, I'm going to go through the steps that I took in the last 24 hours, y'all, to get my book published for free on Amazon. And like I said, I've been working on my book for a while. But yeah, I believe, like he said, everything in life comes at an appointed time, y'all. Plus, when you connect to the higher powers and the gods in us, our ancestors, and I'm not going to get into that whole stuff. But when you're connected, walking outside with your bare feet on the ground, and grounding and going to Sedona and manifesting things and all the things that are at our disposal, then things happen, and there's not really a timetable, like the Relentless saying, and like Marcel's saying, everything's gonna happen in a point of time. And if we believe in ourselves, then we'll be aligned with what we need. And sometimes what we think we need, we don't need, because maybe that's something that might hurt us or might hinder us, where we're supposed to thrive. So that's one thing that I'm happy that Relentless reiterated with me, for the fact that I maybe don't need an agent, because just like I didn't need a publisher to publish my first book, sometimes signing those contracts, which I already know, just from what happened to David Chappelle and other people, those contracts are written for the benefit of other people. So therefore, even with publishing with the publisher, I would have definitely taken a $20,000 publishing advance years ago, leading up to last night, probably. But sometimes they can change your book. They own the rights to the different things, and a lot of times, like I said, those contracts aren't written for our benefit. And not to mention, they can also take higher percentages of royalties. So yeah, thank you for that, Marcel. Thanks for rocking with us. LT, thanks for staying with us, LT. How's your process going? And just whatever you want to say, the floor is yours. So I'm going to get to everybody, and then after I get to everybody on the stage, then we'll go through these steps. I just want to make sure everybody on stage in the room has a chance to speak if they want to speak. If you're in the audience, please come and talk to us. We're happy you're here. Happy Saturday, and happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. Are you live? Are you there, live? LT?
I'm here. I was trying to get off mute. Are you there?
Yes. We want to hear from you. Happy Saturday and all that. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me once again?
Yes, you're good.
Hi. Hi, I'm Life Tutor. I am a life coach and inspirational speaker. I am a new author. I have not published my first book yet. I write in the genre of poetry, urban fiction, and self-help. What else did I want to say? I wanted to talk a little bit about inclusion. I became totally blind in 2017, and I've still been living my best life. And 90% of people who are blind and visually impaired read books, but we can't read them because we cannot print them on Audible or in a if you want a whole bunch of people to read your books, no matter what genre, because we have blind people all over the world, if you would put it in a medium such as audible.com or on an or just CDs, it would be a great resource for you to find new readers and loyal readers. Also, if you would present your books to organizations such as the National Federation of the Blind or the American Council of the Blind, these organizations for the blind have huge conventions that stack about 10 to every year, where blind people come all over the world to meet, and you could talk about your book in the sessions, and this could open up doors for new readers. Which is national, and we have something that's called BARD. That's B as in boy, A as in apple, R as in Roger, D as in Daniel. And what that is it is a mobile app for the blind that puts millions of books in audible form so a blind person can read the book. So I want to put that out there for new readers. And my tip beyond inclusivity is YouTube. YouTube is a great way to market your book for free. If you have a favorite YouTuber that you may watch, a lot of YouTubers have book clubs, or they're just avid readers. And if you would just gift one book to that particular YouTuber, sometimes they will read your book on air. And a lot of books I bought or became aware of new authors just because listening to other people read books that they liked or joining book clubs on YouTube. In particular, I think you said something, AJ, about you being into veganism. And I actually follow somebody named Craig the Writer Stewart, who is an author, who is a vegan, and who does, if you will gift him your book, he will market it for you for free on his site, on his YouTube page. And I believe he has 12,000 followers, at least at the last time. And he is also on Clubhouse. So I just wanted to give these helpful tips. There's a lot of books out there that I like to read because I am an avid reader, not just a writer. And a lot of times I have no access to those books because they're not in the audible form. So if you would keep that in mind, I think that is a good, helpful hint. And also, when we're talking about inclusivity, when you're on Clubhouse and in other rooms, it is kind of Clubhouse etiquette for those like myself who cannot see, for you to announce yourself, meaning say your name when you begin speaking, and then say your name again when you're finished speaking, and say you are done speaking, because we can't use the visual tools to know who's talking. And a lot of people here that were speaking, they gave such good nuggets. I wanted to follow them, but I didn't know who was speaking. So please keep that in mind, and I really appreciate it. My name is Life Tutor, and I am complete.
Hey, I'm so sorry about that, Life Tutor. This is Relentless Aaron. I'm the one that was speaking earlier, that when Milena was on. I totally, and I'm so wrong for that, because I was in another room earlier and there was a woman with the impairment going on, and she mentioned and they mentioned that you need to say your name before and after, so I apologize for not recognizing.
And Life, this is Alicia, and I always start and end who I am, and I do humbly apologize. My mom too is blind, so it is very near and dear to my heart. So I humbly apologize. I was just so excited about getting this book online. So please forgive me. I am Alicia, and I am complete. Thank you so much. This is Life Tutor. I just followed both Relentless and the young lady that just spoke. I also followed Miss Nalenia Kai. I followed you also, AJ Billionaire. And I'm just so excited. A helpful tip. There are 4 million blind people across the country, and some of them are unemployed and we tend to avidly read. So we are new readers to any genre of books. 30% of Clubhouse is totally blind. 30%. So that is a lot of new readers. When you see people who do not have profile pictures, we don't blind because you don't want to lead with a disability. Disability are a part of us, but not who we are. But some will put in their profile they're blind, but I choose not to in mine. But sometimes when you don't see pictures, it's not because the person is a troll. It's because they're blind. So they can't see the picture and they don't have an Instagram connect. So with me, what I do is I follow people. If they follow me back, when I need to talk with them, I'll just kindly try to pull them in a private room, ask my questions, and we go about our business. So do keep that in mind. I am Life Tutor, and I am complete.
This is AJ speaking, Live Tutor. Thank you so much for dropping all that on us. I'm going to go back through what you said because I want to make sure that we all have all the resources that you mentioned so we can actually cater, because I believe in accessibility and inclusion. So you mentioned something in regard to Audible, but you said one more, I think it was an A. What was the other thing like Audible you mentioned, please?
If a blind person has access to your book, if you put it on e-reader, we have things that will read for us. In particular, if I download a book from Apple Books, I have what's called, all of us have what's called voiceover in your accessibility settings in your phone. And it allows any book or anything that comes on my screen to be read to me audibly, so I know what's on the screen, or that's the way I can read a book. Also, if you go to audible.com and put your book there, then I could just pay for it and then download it, and I can hear your book because it will be read to me audibly. Another resource is the National Talking Library. This is the library system for the blind. It is totally national, and we have what's called BART. B as in boy, A as in apple, R as in Roger, D as in Daniel, which is the mobile app for the library for the blind. So therefore, if you have your book in the talking library or the regular library, those books are converted so that we can put them on our mobile phone and we can listen to your book. And this opens up over 4 million readers. There are 4 million blind people across the United States. So this is a huge chunk of readers. My name is Life Tutor, and I am done speaking.
This is AJ. Oh, hold on a second. This is AJ speaking quickly. Life Tutor, thank you so much for that. Thank you for allowing us to really, be mindful of accessibility and inclusion. My apologies again because I don't always do that. I'm like, and I sometimes don't do that. So thank you for reminding me for that. Thank you for your time. You've been in this room for a very long time. And have a wonderful Saturday. And I'll definitely do that. This is AJ, and I'm complete.
Hi, this is Dr. Lotus Rashay, and Life Tutor, just amazing nuggets that you shared. I'm a show host. I'm a best-selling author, internationally and globally published, and I've done a gazillion shows with all types of celebrities, and guess what? You dropped some magnificent nuggets that I had no knowledge of about so many blind readers. And so I said, I would really love to have Life Tutor on the show, but here's the thing. I've got to get you connected with me and connected with several of the show hosts all over the world. Why? Because people don't know what you've just shared. And so I would love for you to DM me. I'm driving right now, actually. So I can't do it. And AJ, if she can't do it, would you do it for her? Because I really love what you shared. It was definitely from the heart, and I greatly appreciate it. So now I've got to pay the toll. So thank you so much. This is Dr. Lotus Rashay, and I'm done. Hello, sir.
Hey, this is Dr. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go.
I was just saying this is Relentless. I was also pushed to encourage you to get the grants. The grants are there for you. My awareness has been broadened this moment. I have dozens of novels, readers worldwide, but I wasn't familiar about this audience, and so definitely push some buttons on that. But definitely go get the grant money that's out there for people like you, women of color, especially women at period, but also just with a legitimate initiative with a business, etc. I'm not sure where you are in the business landscape, if you have an LLC or an organization, but there is $10 billion on the table for women of color. To Goldman Sachs is investing over the next 10 years $1 billion a year, but you got to have certain things in place. You got to have your LLC, you got to have your EIN number, you got to have your business bank account, you got to have your phone number, your address, all the things so that you can qualify. And that was simple. That cost you less than $150 to do all those things, but you have all those things, and now you qualify for this money, which inevitably you can get a team behind you to help you with your initiative and your agenda to push your because this is the first time I'm hearing of it, and of course the doctor as well. So can you imagine how many other people are not aware? And so to reach people, you got to have the muscle. To get the muscle, you got to have the money. And I'm telling you, you could get the money. It's in your hands. You simply need certain things in place. And if you don't have a grant writer, which I'm pretty sure you have access to, I have a GOAT, and I'll definitely tie you in for that. I'm Relentless Aaron.
Thank you. I am grateful. I am Life Tutor, and I'm done speaking.
Hello, this is Dr. Lotus Rashay. Thank you so much, Relentless and Life Tutor. If you need any help with a nonprofit, if you're trying to do anything like that, make sure you connect with me. I'm following both of you and several of you in the room. I'll be happy to connect you with some of my contacts here in the United States, as well as in other places globally, that grant write, that help you get established with your nonprofit, but also connect you with people that can get you the money. Because like my friend Dee Bowman said, that wrote her book, Get the Cash. It's a Forbes, she was just featured in Forbes magazine. You can't count the money until it's in the bank. So that's what I wanted to say. Just get with me, and I'll get with you. Thank you. This is Dr. Lotus Rashay, and I'm done.
This is Life Tutor. Thank you, Doctor. I am grateful. I will follow you right away, and I really appreciate it. This is Life Tutor. I am complete.
This is AJ Billions. Thank you all for rocking with us. This is AJ Billions show. Thank you for coming to my club. Please hit that greenhouse so you can follow our club. We do rooms sometimes 3 to 7 times a day on eating alkaline. I thought I was vegan until 3 weeks ago. I realized that I'm actually not vegan. I used to say I was Dr. Stubby vegan, but I'm not vegan. I'm actually alkaline. I'm actually alkaline raw now. It's plant-based. Talk about sea moss. We talk about self-love and just things about living our best lives. So that's what we talk about mostly. These things, now that I'm a published author in the last 24 hours, we're talking about publishing now. So thank you all for being here. I learned a lot of little gold nuggets in a lot of different rooms over the past month that I've been.
When I bring you back up, I'm not modding anyone else. Just bring them back up. No one else is getting modded. Continue.
Don't mod me. That's why I'd be happy I'm not modded.
Continue, Portia.
Sure.
Okay, I damn sure know it's not me. You'll know if it's me, and I'm telling the story. So then,
a minute. I'm gonna defend myself in a minute.
Yeah, you better try to fucking.
World can explode in excitement. This is Samara, and I'm done speaking.
Thanks, Samara.
Okay, and this is Coach Les Federico. There's a couple people that are bouncing their mics that would like to communicate. One is Christy, and then Claudette. So let's go with Christy first. And Federico, I do want to make sure that you are capturing some of these notes, and because one of the things, like I shared with the person that was before you, is that we're going to pour into you, and we may overfill you in this conversation. And where you're going to find the value is capturing all of this and then stepping one step back with all of this beautiful information, and then looking to see what works for you. Does that communicate, Federico?
Yes, I'm definitely taking notes as we're speaking, or taking some notes.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Well, let's welcome Christy to the microphone. Christy, thank you very much for flashing. And Claudette, we will have you up after Christy.
Thank you, Coach Les. And Coach Les, I don't think that we've had an opportunity to meet. We must be on opposite sides of this room. But I looked at your bio and very much in sync and respect everything that you're about and the integrity selling. Just quickly to edify myself, 15 years in corporate disruptive medical device sales, consultative sales. So, I have a couple questions for you, Federico, just to understand a little bit more and get a little bit clearer on what the path is that you're trying to go down. So if it's okay with you, I want to understand, first and foremost, who is your target audience that you are trying to grow right now? Do you want to grow more of the professional, filthy, rich, wealthy, uber wealthy, whatever words you use to describe? Or do you want to target the other people that don't have that much money and you try to open their mind to the idea of personal training? Do you have an idea of which area of your business that you really want to grow right now?
Oh, yes. Most of the, I say super rich, but not in a prerogative that way. Most of my oriented high executives that are doing some amazing work in their fields, in their industries. And I love that I'm helping them stay healthy. So I want to continue to target those groups, medical doctors that are working super late hours, and a lot of them need the help for sure. But I was thinking more or less like how can I target other groups that are not currently sort of thinking about personal training and that are not being marketed or pushed by the current different marketing strategies in the health industry.
Sure.
So my question,
Yeah, so thank you for that clarity. And another question I have for you is, do you have the capacity to do this one-on-one personal training yourself, going into their homes? I know the goal is to open up a studio, but right now, as you're scaling up, do you have the ability and the capacity to do all this? Or do you have people on your team that help you? What does that look like right now currently?
Well, right now I have the capacity to do stuff in my place. I have my own studio in my condo. I have over $30,000 worth of equipment. There's a whole bunch of other stuff here. So I do have the capacity. My goal is to just start training other people to start replicating myself. Because if I can replicate myself, then we're making over $150 a year. That's roughly how much I make, sort of, give or take. So if I can replicate myself by 2 or 3 more people, that would ultimately lead to growth, hiring more people, more marketing, and so forth. But yes, I do have the capacity. If I'm answering your question.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. And then, so just to follow up on what Coach Les said, I think first and foremost, the goal of all of us in life and in these rooms is to add a ton of value and create raving fans, right? And so if we're in business, we want to have raving fan customers, clients, colleagues, people on our social network, so that when they hear that somebody is in need of personal training, they think of you. So you absolutely have to capture those testimonials. And if you're going to go after people of a certain caliber, you have to find out where they're hanging out. And chances are they're probably on LinkedIn or perhaps there's another place that they are congregating. It is a hard group to get into. I have, I had a career for 15 years calling on the C-suite as well as surgeons. So, and led teams to do so. So it's a lot of heavy lifting. But the other question that I have is, so if that's the route you want to go, then first and foremost, you have to get those testimonials. And it's okay. I think it's usually hard for us to do this as business owners and to put that sales hat on and to ask for the referrals. But that's the easiest place for you to grow, most especially the high ticket area, like the super wealthy people, because they're not going to probably jump on Google and read the review. They're going to ask their friends that are getting very good results. So if you can capture those results and those testimonials, and then also ask for the referrals, absolutely you have to do that. In the world of sales, or just, if you want to add value to somebody, the first thing that you have to do anywhere in life is we have to figure out what is the potential pain point that person is experiencing, and how do I position myself for that. So when you say that people are not looking for personal training, and you want to get them to open their mind to personal training, what is it? Is it a block? Is it anxiety of working one-on-one? Do they think that it's too expensive? Do they not realize that, does it need to be apparent, and they need to be reminded that they've tried for the 6th time now, and, they're still very discouraged when they put on that dress and get the family pictures. So I think that that's where sometimes just trying to niche down a little bit and understand the target market, or maybe you can take a broader stroke. But in your industry, I don't know exactly what it is in personal training, but what I know what it was for me. I mean, for me, I continued to show up time and time again, and it continued to be too cumbersome for me to have a high-powered job and a side job that I was working to get out of my corporate position. Now I'm an entrepreneur. But, just to plan the workouts and to plan the macros and the accountability, I worked a lot harder. And so when I had my trainer sitting next to me, I don't know if that's a universal thing. That's a Christy cool thing. But I think that it would be important to understand, who is the target market or markets that you're going after, and what is the pain point. And a great place that you could start is you could start to interview people. And I know this is probably a crawl, walk, run approach, but again, you don't want to spend a bunch of money in marketing or even your time, because time is your greatest asset. You want to take some time and interview people like myself that finally did pull the trigger and say, you know what, I need a personal trainer. So what was the tipping point for all those people? Usually it's they've reached enough pain, and it's not physical pain, but the results aren't there. They're embarrassed to have their clothes on. They, don't want to be intimate with their partner. They have a class reunion coming up. I don't know what it is, but I would encourage you to try to spend some time with and they don't have to be all your clients, because your clients may all have a similar reason for getting started in this. They may realize the importance of health. They all may have a personal trainer. It may just be kind of standard in their world. But that would be my 2 cents, and I will pass it over to anybody else that would like to add anything. And thanks, Coach Les, and thanks, Federico, for the opportunity to share some thoughts here.
This is Coach Les. We're going to pass it over to Claudette now. Claudette, are you so that perfect?
Yes, I'm right here. Hi, Federico. If you can take one more ad, I would just like to add that I wanted to know if you have worked with a mentor, someone in your field, someone that you look up to, someone that is doing already what you're doing, what you want to do.
No, that's a good question. I mean, my best friend from grad school, who we went to grad school together, has been my sort of my intellectual sort of
sure.
Sparring.
No, I'm thinking someone that pushes you out of the box, that gets you like completely into that persona, so that you have like the confidence to go in to speak to, these people that are just people. So I have in mind someone. I don't know if I can throw out names in here, but I will, because he's a great guy. But his name is Lewis House.
Okay.
He's on Clubhouse. He has a podcast. He was one of my mentors, and he is incredible. And he's a former athlete, and now he's super successful with his podcast, and he's doing really well. So I think that reaching out to him, I think it says here that you can DM him greatness, the word greatness, to his Instagram, and he will write you back.
Okay.
And you can tell him I put you in touch. Yeah, Lewis House, he's incredible, and he's someone in your field, and yeah, I think you need to invest someone in that can mentor you, someone that can pull you out of your comfort zone.
Okay, and how do you spell his last name, if you don't mind? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Howes, Lewis Howes.
And Lewis, is it L-O or L-U?
Oh, yeah, Lewis.
Oh, Lewis.
Lewis Howes, yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah,
so much.
and he's on YouTube. You can start watching his YouTubes and all that. And he interviewed Kobe Bryant. He's just really incredible.
Awesome. Thank you for the...
Absolutely. I wish you all the best.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're doing great, Federico.
Thank you.
Federico, how are you doing over there? Do you have the experience of being filled up?
No, awesome. I feel great now. Greatness. Just Claudia sort of hit it right on the head.
So there are just a couple of things that I would like to just kind of sprinkle to kind of wrap up the conversation, if I may.
Okay.
What if you could vet or hire other people like yourself in the cities where the universities, schools, and execs and the elite are, and you could hire that person and with that person spend time finding some of those elitists and creating and duplicating yourself in those cities and maybe in those countries. The other thing,
that would be awesome.
The other would be, if you think about what it is that you do and that has made you so attractive to the clientele that love and follow you, if you could ask yourself those questions and come up with the answers to those questions, look at what the pain was that they were going through when they found you. What is it about their health? Where was their health at when they first found you? And there is something that they found attractive about you, and not just your good looks, right? There's something else, because those people are looking for something else. And you have that. And that is the golden egg for you. That's your golden goose. And so in the referral world, to be able to distinguish and draw the picture of the avatar of that golden goose, you will have the keys to your future kingdom. And then, just like Claudette said, to find somebody that you know, that you meet, that you love and trust, and you like how they work with you, how they work with others, and interview 3 or 4 of those coaches / mentors / consultant, whatever you would like to call them. Throw sheets up on the wall in your apartment or your office, and do what I call the Benjamin Franklin close, the pros and cons for each of those coaches or mentors. And by the way, it could be somebody that you're already working with that does this in their own business or has the capacity. Therefore, they already know you and love you and could support this aspect of your business.
Excellent. Well, thank you. That's genius. Yeah, I mean that's definitely what I'll do now. So.
Awesome, Federico. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention to the people that poured into you today. For all the moderators that just poured into him, Samara, Christy Cool, Claudette, Christy, thank you so much. Claudette, thank you. And it really, this is so much fun. I appreciate and acknowledge everybody up here on stage. And Federico, thank you for being a willing vessel to allow us to pour into you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm grateful. Thank you.
And just so you know, I'm going to put you down into the audience. And if you have another question, please raise your hand, okay?
Yep, sounds good.
Awesome. And with that, I know I'd like to just take a quick moment for everybody to pull to refresh. from the top screen. And as you do that, take a look at the line at the top of your page, what it takes to run a $1 million business. There's a little green Monopoly-looking house right to the right of that. Please click on that little house, and it will take you to a page that says what it takes to run a $1 million biz with a whole bag of cash. Please, if you are not following, please follow. And then as you look down, you will see the members and the followers, and right below that you will see 2 people that I would love for you to share a little digital currency with. And how do we do that? We click the 3 dots to the right of them and follow them. It is the Pivot Queen, Kate Hancock, and her significant other, Daniel Robbins. They are the founders of this club, which you have the opportunity of being in, and they are the ones that have brought this amazing panel together to support you. And we are on a mission to have 31 days of panels supporting 24/7 around the world. Thank you all panelists for being here today. Thank you for supporting this conversation. And for all of you, please, as you look here at the panel, to the left of you, to the right of you, and below you, please take a moment to follow those people. Because one of the things about Clubhouse, it's called building community, getting to know who you're here with. Take a look at the bios. As we're working with people, don't just sit back in your chair, put your feet up and eat bonbons. Get invested. This is your time. It is the greatest commodity you have. Start looking at who these people are. Some of you may have just heard this last conversation with Federico, and you'd be like, oh my gosh, I wish we had a trainer like that in where I live. And you could call him up and say, could you find a trainer like that in my village, in my town? That's the beauty of being here. Don't sit idle listening to this like it's the drivel that comes out of a TV or the radio with a bunch of commercials. This is an opportunity for you to grow. And for those of you listening now, if you have a question, oh, no, I don't want to answer that. I don't want to ask that. That's a stupid question. No, the only stupid question is the one you don't ask. So please raise your hand. Come and ask. And with that, I would like to invite the person who not only is up here to ask a question, but also poured into somebody that was up here. So, Nune, thank you so much for being here, Nune. The microphone is yours. Tell us a little bit about you and what it is that you have a question about. Thank you for being here, and thank you for pouring into that person, by the way.
Thank you. I learned so much just listening to what everyone was saying for Federico. Also, I wanted to thank everyone for creating this space for us to ask questions and to learn from others' questions. My question is, I guess an addict of Clubhouse, I don't know, in a positive light, I've learned so much, and I'm an expert in my own field, relatively speaking. And as I've been participating, learning from Clubhouse, my vision has grown. And it keeps growing and expanding and clarifying. And how do I go from my current, most recent history to my vision? Because my vision is just expanding. And when is it unhealthy to have too big of a dream? And when is it a limiting personality that I don't want to identify with, and I don't want my current experience to be my future?
Wow. Nune, that's about 3 or 4 questions. And I know that we can manage those questions here, and there are definitely people. I've already got somebody blinking their mic to support you. First off, thank you for being here. And I know you outside of this room, and I know you to be somebody with great integrity that communicates beautifully, and I thank you for being here. And with that, I'm going to invite Michelle, who is flicking her microphone right above my head. I could feel it on my bald head. Michelle, please welcome to the microphone.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Okay, so I probably, and this is going to sound absolutely crazy, 7 days ago is exactly where you are. And I've spent most of my life exactly where you are. So I'm going to ask you a question that was asked to me that helped change my life. What is your very first memory as a child? And if you don't want to go there or don't want to answer, it's totally okay. I can still pour into you.
Oh my goodness, you brought tears to my eyes.
Woohoo! Awesome.
I remember, oh my gosh, this is a terrible position to be in.
It's okay. You don't have to answer. I don't want to pressure you.
Okay.
You'd rather not. Okay. Yes. Okay. So don't, like I said, you don't have to share it. So when you think about that memory, can you tell me what were you feeling in that moment?
Yes, I can tell you. It was about access and equity.
Okay. So was there no access and no equity?
Well, I only knew what I knew. I was very young. I was probably about 5, maybe 6 years old. And I think I felt privileged. My family made me feel privileged. But I knew there was something more out there. I knew I hadn't seen privilege that really existed in the bigger world sense.
Okay. And so ask me your question one more time because I'm going to process your answer a little bit better if you don't mind repeating it.
And Michelle, this is Coach Les. Nune, I know you, Nune. You are such a giver. All the time you give. I know you. This is a safe space, and this is a time to allow us to contribute to you. You are an amazing person on this platform. And you have fulfilled my intention today to be here, supporting people that support others. So thank you for being here, and please allow us and allow Michelle to fill your cup, because people like you and some of the moderators up here on the stage forget that their cup has to, notice I used the word has to, be filled up, and this is your opportunity. So I implore you, Nune, allow yourself to be filled up. Is that okay?
Yes.
Michelle, there you go.
Go ahead, Michelle, if you want to recap it.
No, I'm just going to tell you where I'm come from. I have ADHD, so I have a hard time and my brain processes things a little bit slow. So I just want you, just for the sake of my brain, to repeat your question so I can tie it together.
So I have currently surpassed all of my childhood visions and dreams. And my gift is to help people who don't have to advocate for themselves but need advocacy. I can hear it. I can be there for people. I can't be there for myself. And so with Clubhouse, I feel like I know I have found people that can teach me, that that knowledge circle and the circumference to the perimeter to the things you don't know. I'm there. There's so much I don't know. And my big dream keeps growing exponentially. And how do I take the skill set that I have, which is refined, but step into my bigger dream?
I love it. Okay. So originally, I thought you said you didn't deserve your dream. And that really sparked something with me. But you're talking about way young about equity and whether there was fairness or not. And now your dream is to speak up for the unspoken, which to me is the same thing as helping with the equity dream. And that, to me, may just be your ultimate passion in life. And there are so many that have no one to speak up for them, and they don't even know to ask because they don't know what they don't know.
We don't know what we don't know.
So I want to encourage you to kind of, hey, you've got this big dream, right? To write it out. Write it out exactly what you want. And what I mean by that is, in the end, when it's all done, what do you want it to have looked like? So take that big dream and then you can work your way backwards. What do I want it to look like in 5 years? What do I want it to look like in 2? What do I want it to look like in 1? And then take those little steps. And Clubhouse is the ultimate in networking with the people that you need to network with. So once you create that vision of exactly what you want, and don't for a second make it smaller. Because if you can dream it, you can do it. So whatever it is that you want, just work it back. And then that way that'll help you work on what your first few steps are. And then just keep putting that out into the world. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. And you're going to be really surprised at the number of people that are going to naturally start coming to you. And you're going to be like, oh my word. So I am saying up to 7 days ago, I started visualizing what my dream was. And I went and my life is literally changing at an extremely rapid rate because I felt like I was undeserving, life was hard. And the question that I asked was very similar to yours, to Forbes Riley. And she asked me that question, what is your first memory as a child? And just acknowledging that memory with the feeling that it gave me, I could see the parallel in how the rest of my life has played out. And it has allowed me an entirely new perspective to say, that's BS, and that doesn't have to write the rest of my life. And within days and hours, I have an incredible number of people just coming to me, pouring into me, saying, oh, hey, I want your help. So I'm able to volunteer coaching services to see, like, all right, let's start trying it out. Does that make sense or help at all?
It does, incredibly so. It does, absolutely.
Good. So I am pouring into you, and I'm going to shoot you a DM because I just want to watch. I want to watch what incredible things you're getting ready to do.
I appreciate it so much. And that triggered something that I had not identified as my driving force. And I thank you for getting me to that point of clarity.
It's my honor. Thank you.
Awesome, Michelle. Thank you so much. Great work. Nune, thank you for opening up. I appreciate you more than you know, Nune. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Coach Les. Sincerely.
Is there anybody else that would like to pour into Nune or offer something for Nune? All right. Well, Nune, do you feel served this evening?
Yes, and the visual bonbons are down. Yes, thank you.
Luna, you are just really, this is, for me, why I'm here today and why I'm volunteering my time here is because I see the value in people that pour into others here on Clubhouse. And I've seen and heard you and watched you. And I'm so grateful that you allowed Michelle to pour into you. You are what Clubhouse could put as a poster child for the people that come here and pour into others. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to fill your cup up so that you can go and continue the work that you do. God bless you.
In gratitude.
And Nune, just so that you know, I'm going to put you down into the audience. And if you do want to share or ask another question, please just feel free to raise your hand, okay?
Yes, thank you.
And with that, I love to introduce, hi Keisha Stubbs, how are you doing today? Keisha, are you there?
Washing dishes. Hi.
How are you today?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
I am blessed beyond belief and fantabulously marvelous. So thank you for asking. Please tell us a little about you and then share with us your question and what you are looking for the panel, how the panel can support you.
So I was in here a lot earlier, I guess maybe before this topic, and already in the audience, came back in, so I was kind of just listening. 10 seconds, I'm an author, I'm an automotive sales trainer. I quit my 6-figure job for passion and purpose, and I'm excited about where I'm headed. I don't know everything about running a business. I am learning as I go, but I do know my field, so I'm pretty confident that I'll be all right. I don't really have a question, but any encouragement or advice is definitely welcome.
Can you share with us, Keisha, a little bit about your business and perhaps an area where we may be able to pour into you?
Sure. So I'm getting into automotive sales training where I go to dealerships and convince the general manager to sign a contract with me that I will be the person that trains their sales staff. I've sold cars for almost a decade. I have never had to close a general manager on anything. So walking in and perhaps not knowing the general manager, them not knowing me, is a little daunting, a little scary. And they're always very busy and rarely want to talk to anybody about anything. So yeah, that's what I'm doing, and that's a challenge that I'm facing. Going in, speaking to them, and getting a yes.
Well, first off, before I invite others to pour into you, I'm going to say one thing, Keisha. And first, I'm going to say something a little bit daunting that's probably going to make everybody take a deep breath. And I'm going to say, to open something up in this conversation, you told me a little white lie. And would you like to know what that white lie is?
Yes.
You said, I've never had to sell a general manager on anything.
You know, I felt like a liar when I said it.
That was awesome.
I was like, there was a drum roll. There was a drum roll there somewhere.
I'm like, of course I'd have to close him on something. I was his sales manager, so I definitely had to sell him at some point. But you're right. You're right.
I mean, Keisha, here's the thing. Consider that every time you wanted to fight for a client, didn't you have to close the general manager or the sales manager, whoever, like at those positions of power? You had to take your client's request and go upstream.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Perfect. Well, that's what I want to contribute to you. And with that, I'm going to open it up because there are a couple people now that since they came off mic and joined in the humor, I'm going to put them on the spot. And the first one is Relentless, because he's right next to me, and I'm just relentless with Relentless. Welcome, Relentless, to the microphone.
Hilarious. So what's going on, everybody? Are we doing intros?
No, so sorry, Relentless. You may not have been. So the question that she's looking for, and Keisha, correct me if I'm wrong, so I just want to make sure that I heard this correctly. Keisha is looking for support around how can she approach general managers, sales managers of car dealerships. She was an author. She's an author and a trainer. She has passion and purpose. She sold cars for 10 years, was extremely successful at the top of her field, and now she wants to get the general managers, but she wants to enroll the general managers at various dealerships around the country to hire her to train their staff.
Oh, okay.
You got it.
That's easy. Only because I was playing in that space for a minute and didn't realize my full potential. So what I would do, number one is, jab, 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 right hook. So the jabs are, I personally, this is my opinion, how I would do it. I would set up interviews in the front of the dealership, right there at the entrance to the dealership. I would set up the interviews to be early morning or midday if there's room for walk-arounds where a customer can still go in and not interrupt. You could do midday since it depends on the weather. I would go ahead and do those interviews with local entrepreneurs, with you as the host, being the spokesperson that you are. And I would line up 10 of the big entrepreneurs in town. They're going to immediately come because of your charisma. You're going to do interviews and you're going to talk about things like how they made it past the pivot, the before and after, and jewels that they want to drop for others in the community, other business owners in the community. So it'll be a B2B, but it'll all be a B2B message, but it will also resonate with customers as well. You develop a track record of these interviews. Of course, the dealership is going to allow it because it's free promotion for them. But once you package this into a series, and you probably can do it for a good 30 days. You can line up people and do it once a week for 4 weeks. You could probably junket 3 interviews or 4 interviews back to back. I used to have them lined up. I have some of this, by the way, some of this, let's see, some of this receipts at the RockdaleConnector.com. Rockdale Connector. So that was my website, RockdaleConnector.com. And when you go there, you'll see some videos that we did. I guess you go to the, is there a video? Maybe the gallery. Yep, gallery and media. And you'll see some of the interviews that I did with, no, those are photos. So anyway, let me, I'm going to inbox you a link because it's there. It's still there. I just have to go find feature story. I guess go under feature story. And yeah, you'll see some interviews. You'll see some community outreach. And if you keep scrolling, you'll see interviews with entrepreneurs. And so my point is, you're creating value with one particular dealership to show how you can, get some reach for them that doesn't cost anything. You come back and you double back around and you just cut a deal with them, the deal of the century and the deal that you like. And so once you do that deal, then you basically scale, because now you did it with one dealership, and you scale it with others in the region. You can't boil the sea, so you're gonna have to do it dealership by dealership. But chances are the dealership you're dealing with, boy, I sound like Peter Piper pecked the pick. If if you show value to the dealership that you're dealing with, then ultimately that dealership may be part of a consortium of dealerships, and then you immediately spread out to many dealerships, because one sales manager will tell the owner, and the owner will say, hey, can we do this with business owners in every dealership within my business? Do you get that? And so all you really need is a filmographer that you group up with, or you can really, if you can find a hobbyist to go ahead and use an iPhone, really, and you could plug in your lavalier mics to your iPhone, and so your iPhone can capture it all. You could stream it live, or you can just capture it and edit it later. But it's very low cost content production. It's going to put you out there, so you're never going to lose, because you're putting your brand out there, your face, your likeness, your voice. You can package it. I made it the Rockdale connector, but you can make it the Cincinnati connector, the whatever connector, and you now put it up on a web page, a website. Go ahead and get a domain for it, or a domain if you're going to go global. Inevitably, make a global name. I was going micro. That's why I created the Rockdale connector. And if you actually go to the rockdaleconnector.com, you'll see a lot of activities that I did that were community related, that resonated with the community, and ultimately you can create a network of these websites. It could be on the one website, and then you could branch out and to have other websites feeding to the bigger one. But that's your answer, really. And then you, like I say, you culture the deal of the century. Once you're in the door and you've shown value and you're doing all these great things, not only will the dealership start to spend money with you, but they'll start to bring you in to do your coaching or what have you. But you got to show value first. And if you're not on any main stage, you're creating the main stage. I just gave you the main stage. But if you're on a main stage on TV already, then you probably could walk in and make the deal. But if you're going to create the main stage, the best place to do it is right in front of the dealership. Now you got their dealership on all social media by virtue of your interviews. You're doing interviews with the connectors in the community. They already have a connection. All these connectors are probably connecting to 1,000 plus in their tribe. So now you're, in theory, every show that you do, every interview that you do is connecting with thousands of people. Do you get it? Are you getting?
Absolutely, yes, I am. Thank you.
All right.
Hi, Keisha.
By the way, By the way, I heard that there are some deaf folks on these platforms. This is Relentless Aaron. I've spoken.
Thank you.
Hey, Keisha. This is Rahila at the top. Keisha, I had a question. When you do approach car dealerships with your offer for training, what's the biggest objection that you hear?
So right now, because I've been in the industry for so long, and I was a sales manager, the car industry is a little tight-knit. You kind of know everybody in your area, so branching out is going to be a little harder. Right now, I either know a GM or know somebody that knows a GM. So that part hasn't been that difficult, but in order to sustain it, I have to reach out to other people. Right now, the biggest no is that there are these microchips that belong in vehicles, and a power plant blew up. And one of them, it didn't blow up, it burned to the ground. And there are only 4 of these plants in the country. So right now, new cars are not being produced. So the car industry, if you guys haven't heard, is struggling right now. So I came in at a great time. So they're trying to cut costs and things like that. But training is still important. So the biggest no would be that they're trying to cut costs, and I'm trying to convince them why the training is still important. They know this, but they get a little nervous when they don't know what's going to happen with their money. Some dealerships aren't going to get, like Ford. The Ford store near me is not going to get a brand new F-150 until next year. That's how bad it is.
Wow, I didn't know. That's really interesting. So have you only worked in training, or have you done other turnkey services like recruiting or headhunting as well?
No, I haven't done that. To tell my age, I'm 35, so for the past decades, this is what I've been doing, automotive sales. I was a salesperson, finance manager, then sales manager. I guess if you want to dive into, we recruit, I hire and
Sweetheart, your mic is covered. Your mic is covered.
oh, that's my thing. Yeah. So no, I've been in the car business for a long time. Before that, I was a kindergarten teacher.
Oh, that's really interesting. So, and I saw that you also wrote a book. That's
Yes,
right.
ma'am. Mm-hmm.
And that's something recent you did.
Yes, that just came out in February.
And have you kind of gifted it to the car dealerships in your area?
A few, not all of them, but I could do that more.
Absolutely, because your book is your brochure, and anyone who publishes a book, first of all, congratulations. That's a big endeavor, and it takes a lot of hard work to actually make that happen. A lot of people dream of writing and publishing a book, but they never get around to it. So that shows me that you're an action taker. That's lovely. And that is the best business card that you could ever have. And it's a testament to your expertise. And in this type of industry, in the services industry, I've been working for 20 years in the services industry. It's all about relationships and credibility. So if people start to see you, you don't have to rely on just a network referral, but if they see you as someone who is credible, who is an expert in her area, then they will reach out to you. My only suggestion would be, I'm going to send you a link to someone who is a potential competitor for you. I want you to study their website. I want you to study how they package and promote their auto dealer training services, and also how they supplement that service with other value-added services to give you some ideas, because you basically are on the right track. You need to just polish up your offer, what it is you're going to be giving, and really hit them where their pain currently is. And this website that I found, they actually communicate that pain really well. So I'm going to DM that to you right now. I hope that will help you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh my God, I love that idea. That strikes a chord for sure. Since you're already in the book game, why don't you put a guide together and call the guide? First of all, you're a great speaker, so most likely, and a great salesperson. So then most likely you've sold a lot of vehicles. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so maybe you reach some sort of plateau with that, and so go ahead and, like, I'm doing a book, How I Made $1 Million in Starbucks, right? And so I'm taking all of the concepts, all the ways I made money inside of Starbucks and the relationships that came from Starbucks. So why don't you look for a number that you've created? Like maybe you sold $1 million worth of cars. I'm guessing. I don't know. So how I sold $1 million worth of cars and how you can too. So that could be a long ass title, which I kind of like because I know a friend that did that as well, and there's other authors. But go ahead and create that. Go to KDP. You can actually have someone do the interview with you. Go ahead and reverse engineer the success of that by asking yourself the questions, but have somebody ask the questions and get into a conversation with them. Go ahead and transcribe that conversation into written content. Go ahead and take the video for that conversation and compartmentalize it, package it, take pieces of it, tidbits, and put it on YouTube so that you could get lead gens to your book. And then it's a guide, right? So it'll be a guide. You don't want to lie to people and say it's a whole book or whatever. Just say it's a guide, and then go ahead and drop 10 pointers or 20 pointers on how you did it. And then put it out there, give it for free to those dealerships, so they'll probably put it in their salespeople's hands, and then move from there. I like that. I like that more than my TV show concept.
Thank you, Relentless, and thank you, Rahila. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Much appreciated,
Awesome.
everyone.
Awesome. Keisha, did this serve you?
Absolutely. Thank you, Coach Les.
You are very welcome. And Keisha, please feel free to come back and share with us during the course of your journey and let us know. And feel free to also come back and ask questions as you hit stumbling blocks along the way. And just to let you know, I'm going to put you back into the audience. And even as within the next hour or two. If you have another question, please feel free to raise your hand and we'll invite you back up.
Will do. Thank you all very much.
You are very, very welcome.
Hey, Coach, I see not only Keisha, but I see Danielle came up before. I see Tanya. I see April. I see 4 women of color. And I want to remind you guys that there's $10 billion on the table for you guys, women of color. Goldman Sachs put it on the table. And then there's Target even has a grant as well. I know a lady, she's got $15 million worth of grants that she's gotten for people. In fact, my sister is now one of them. My sister gave me that news yesterday. I'm so excited for her that she's getting this $100,000 grant. So if you need help, I'll help you. I'll direct you to them. And if you can't even get in her program, there's even an organization that fronts the cost for the grant writers. It's so crazy right now. I wish success on all of my sisters in the game, in business, because it is tough to bootstrap. And then you got kids, and then you got this man that's messing with you, messing with your head. I really want to see you guys succeed. This is Relentless Aaron.
This is April. Thank you, Relentless, for that note. I appreciate it.
Excellent. And with that, Relentless, I would love to just take a moment to not only pull to refresh, but I'd love to give an opportunity for the people that are up here on stage, those of you that are on the panel, to just take a moment. And Danielle and Tanya, if you can bear with us, we'll take a minute to 2 minutes each just to share with us who you are, what you are, how you are, and just a few fun facts for us to know and to just give you a chance to share. So with that, if everybody will pull to refresh, let's just start at the top and work our way down. Kate, are you there? The pivot queen is not. So with that, Rahila.
Thank you, Coach Les. My name is Rahila Nuridu, and I am the Managing Director of a global human resource consultancy that was established over 20 years ago, working with Fortune 500 clients like Unilever, P&G, Nestle, Coca-Cola, lots of pharmaceutical companies, the banking sector. So practically, I say about 50% of Fortune 500 companies are clients of ours. And now, after 20 years working out of 3 countries, what I've done is I want to give back to the entrepreneurial community. So people who are stuck in their 9-to-5 or who've been impacted by COVID-19, maybe their organizations have downsized or laid off, whatever the situation may be, but they've worked in the corporate sector, they have some type of professional experience and expertise, and they want to turn it into a consulting business, then I've created an incubator, a business incubator. So anyone interested in that, you're more than welcome to reach out to me, and I'm here to support you in any way I can. Thank you, Coach Les. I'm Rahila, and I'm done.
Thank you, Rahila. And with that, Christy, please welcome to the mic.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My name is Christy Cool, and I reside in Charlotte, North Carolina. Midwest girl at heart. I grew up in small town USA in a small town of Ohio. I spent 15 years in disruptive medical device sales and leadership, and launched things like the Da Vinci robot, 3D mammography, had an incredible career, but it was something was missing, and it wasn't until I went to a Tony Robbins event, first of many, and I heard him say success without fulfillment is the ultimate failure. And I realized at that moment that I was in a place that was, just corporate America was conflicting to my value system, my personal value system. And I also realized that I was not living a truly fulfilled life. And if I continued on that trajectory, I had the platinum handcuffs on for sure, and it was hard to leave. But I made the jump 3 years ago. And I am an entrepreneur. I have been now for 3 years. And if there's anything that I can do to serve you, I believe that, one of the reasons I was put on this earth is to connect others And also, just to add value, the Helper's High is a real thing for me. So if there's anything that I can do to help you on your journey, please feel comfortable reaching out to me, and I will do what I can to help. I'm Christy, and thank you, Coach Les. Back to you, or over to the lovely Michelle, I should say.
Awesome. Thanks, Christy. Michelle, please.
Thank you so much. So I am an award-winning boutique owner. I started with no money and having no idea what the heck I was doing. And the first year I was eligible, I won several awards. And now the one thing I love about my boutique is being able to see the transformation on women and get to talk to so many women. And so now while I'm still keeping my boutique, I am just starting my coaching business. So anyway, motivate, that I can help support, encourage, I would be honored for the opportunity. This is Michelle, and I'm finished speaking.
Awesome, Michelle. Thank you very much. And Relentless.
Hey, what's up, guys? I am Relentless Aaron everywhere. I am most known for writing dozens of novels. I didn't just write them and just get popular for writing them. I've also gotten 5-star reviews from Publishers Weekly and the Library Journal, and from testimonials all over. It's been a great life. I've really been buckling down to master this craft of writing, and I studied the greats like John Grisham and James Patterson and Elmore Leonard and Sidney Sheldon and Guy Johnson, Maya Angelou's son. And it's been wonderful. Because of mastering my craft, I've been able to really author a successful bed and breakfast here in Atlanta called the Relentless House, where I have multiple revenue streams going. At the same time, I've mastered business credit and now helping people get grants for their businesses and their agendas. And other than that, I also do filmmaking. I do TV commercials and all kinds of media. It's just been a great life as a communicator, and now on these global platforms, just kind of spilling the tea and helping people to level up in their lives and live better lives and create ecosystems inside of their families and their and basically, like I say, finance it all, because no money, no honey. That is really the bottom line. And I just realized once you have the money, everything else sort of comes to the table. You need love, and money can't buy you love. But I'm telling you, it's like they say, money's right up there with air and water. And I'm Relentless Aaron, and I'm grateful to meet anybody who's hearing my voice for the first time. And I'm done speaking.
Relentless, thank you. And with that, hey, Daniel, I see you just popped in the room.
Unknown caller.
Hello, may I help you? Hello, may I help you? Hey. Hey. It's 237 East Simon Terrace, just like it says. Please tell the driver to follow the GPS and show up, and we're waiting here with the food. That's great. Tell him to follow the GPS as the instructions say in the app, okay? And we're here waiting for him. Thank you. All right, bye-bye.
Share in the past one-on-one with my clients until COVID happened, and my staff is saying, your story needs to go out there. You're helping people, you really need to help everybody out there. At 39 years old, I had a stroke. I was 307 pounds, went to the endocrinologist, and he told me to start planning my funeral, that I'll never make it to my 50th birthday. I threw away all my medications, went to nutritional school, learned how to eat. I reversed my diabetes, lost 157 pounds, got healthy, got a lot of therapy. and start helping others. They were coming to me just asking questions until I was 50 years old, and somebody came into my life and it's like, heard my story. It's like, you need to make a business out of this. You can help a lot of people. So here I am today, a business owner, life coach, certified life coach, certified nutritionist, helping people and ready to put my story out there. Now with COVID and the lockdown, I gained about 25 pounds and I couldn't walk anymore. And I go, oh my God, I'm getting sick again. So it's like, I got to go back to basic. So I went back to basic, went back to the office, even so I wasn't seeing anybody, started working, reaching out and helping people just by saying, hi, how are you? How are you doing? Do you need any help? And here I am again, staying healthy. And my why is to stay healthy and stay accountable. I reach out and help others. And my rewards is a financial reward. It's a happy reward. Seeing people with a smile on their face, thanking me and hugging me for saving their life, just like I saved my life. And thank you for letting me talk. And I'm done.
Oh, awesome. Danielle, congratulations on your journey. Thank you so much for sharing
May I help you? Hi. All right. Let's do. Oh, I am back. I am so sorry, guys. Stepped away, taking care of all kinds of business. I'm cooking until
to all of you. I hope you learn and can reflect from each other of how much when we do in service, like I said, I put in our core value in this club. In service, we grow, and that's the reason and the reason why we really want to inspire and build this community. Thank you.
Hey, Pivot Queen, thank you for putting this stage together. You and Danielle. This is Relentless.
What's up, Relentless? I was listening to your story, man. Awesome.
I appreciate you guys so much. This is helping so many people. I get so many DMs. This is great. It's also therapeutic because, we want to be able to give back, and I think that this is, even though it's virtual, I think people are really adhering to the information, and I think they're really putting it to work because I'm telling you, my DMs are crazy. I actually made a video. I'm gonna make some more videos from all these DMs because I'm really touched by a lot of the energy that's coming through there. So, but it's all because of you guys. So thank you so much.
I want to jump in too and echo what Relentless is saying, that you guys have put together, I think, the best room. I'm in a lot of rooms, and I come back here because of the kindness that you and Dan and the other moderators show, and the learning. It's like going to Harvard for free. So I'm so appreciative of what you guys have done for this room and for Clubhouse. Big thank you.
Hey, Coach Tunick, would you do me a favor while you're off mute? Would you please share your 2 minutes of who you are and what you do?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I'm probably the second oldest guy in Clubhouse, and I'm pursuing wisdom, and I've learned so much in the last 3 weeks. I'm new to Clubhouse, but the wisdom that I've been getting has just been fantastic. My background is I built a big company over 35 years, merchant processing company. I sold it 3 years ago. Got into radio in 1998 because my wife was trying to get me a company.
Uh-oh, did we lose Coach? Hello, Coach?
We did.
Yes, we did.
Oh, bummer. Okay,
I was glued. I was glued to his every word too.
Okay, Relentless. Relentless, sometimes you are just relentless about your glue. With that, I'm going to jump back out of line a little bit because I just PTR'd and a bunch of people just came whipping into the room. And Anthony, I would love to hear in a minute. Tell us a little bit about you and who you are.
Great. Thank you, Coach Les. My name is Anthony Jones. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Gauger.com. What Gauger did is we took the like button on Facebook and we evolved it into a tool that allows people to give granular feedback online without necessarily having to type. We've all wanted to dislike something, kind of like something, and sort of like something, and you can't necessarily do that with the binary system that is known as the like button. So you can gladly click the Instagram link in my profile, and there's a short video that shows you what we've done with the like button. And to that part, for all of the entrepreneurs and investors in the room, we do own the patents to the new like button, and we are partnered with Pandora and Qualtrics data. And we're just, communication online needs to change. It's very limited right now. On the user side and on the back end, it's hard to decipher. Hello? Okay, well, yeah, we've just tried to evolve the biggest point of interaction on the internet. It's a big lift, but I'm a dreamer, and as long as you wake up, your dreams are still reality. So click the link in my bio, see what we did. Happy to talk to anybody about anything and add value where I can. This is Anthony. That's it.
Thank you, Anthony. And I think that was Coach Tunick coming back in on his mic. Coach, do you want to just finish up quick?
I got kicked off. It's amazing.
No.
Last week or so, I get
You weren't actually kicked off, Coach. You weren't actually kicked off because you're still in your lineup. You were actually disconnected from service issues, and now you're back. So
where did I leave off on my 2 minutes?
Something about being the second oldest on the Clubhouse platform.
Just started. Wow. Okay. Anyway, my background is I ran a big business for 35 years, merchant processing, sold it 3 years ago, got into business coaching 25 years ago. At the same time I got into radio. I started on radio on a Saturday morning. The show was called Coaching Your Business. And I used to bring on, and I still do, the most famous people that I can find, entertainers, business people. Steve Forbes was a frequent guest. Dan Rather was a frequent guest. Athletes. So I've learned so much from them. I did a show for a year called The Richest Man in Town with Randall Jones. We interviewed every week 100 millionaires, because that's what his book was about, interviewing 100 millionaires and 5 billionaires. And I don't know if you heard me say, but coming to Clubhouse every day is like going to Harvard. It's amazing what I'm learning from the moderators in this room, which I think is the best room, as I said a minute ago. And I'm just so honored to be in this room and so honored to be a moderator, and I just try to contribute as much as I can. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Coach. Appreciate that. And with that, to get back into order here, Lilith, would you take a minute to 2 minutes just to share about who you are, what you do, so that the audience can get a sense of who you are?
Yes, hi everyone. Good working here. I am a brain injury lawyer in Los Angeles. I run my own law firm with my husband. My husband's also an attorney. I came to the States at the age of 18 without any resources, without any English or family. I worked on 2 jobs, went to school at night to learn English, and I had to eat powdered potatoes from the Uncle Ben's box instead of buying real potatoes so we could save money and to bring my family over. And then 10 years later, I was running my own law firm. So I know it sounds fancy, but it's been a very long and difficult road. And I had, my doubts on the way and feeling like, it's not the right thing, or I was feeling lost. But eventually it when you make it, and it's never a destination, it's obviously about the journey, but it's all worth it at the end. And I'm just happy to be here and contribute any way I can. I'm done speaking.
Awesome, Lily. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to pop the microphone over Relentless to Caesar.
Good, depending where you are in the world. Real happy to be here. So my name is Cesar Munoz. I'm from New York. I am a digital marketing expert. I also, we work on driving, your business high-value clients at a local or even global scale. I also am the chief marketing officer and partner for an entertainment company where we primarily do corporate events, weddings, and galas. We also pivoted into virtual events during the pandemic, and happy to be here. And if there is any value that I can provide to you, or if you need help, please feel free to DM me, and I will give you the best that I can.
Awesome, Caesar. Thank you. Awesome, Caesar. Thank you for being here. Paul from the UK, are you awake and with us? Paul from the UK, are you awake and with us? I know you're in Bali. All right, we're going to skip over Paul. Mama D, are you in the house?
Hey, I am. How are you? How is everybody?
I am fantabulously marvelous. Thank you for asking. We are looking for you to share for a minute or 2 minutes about who you are and what you do.
Okay, thank you. Mama Doll is the alias, legal name Dana Hill. I am a marketer by nature. I create things and I market them. Founder of the Black Doll Affair, a creation that I found